Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Kenneka Jenkins, it's time for them to tell the truth. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Kenneka Jenkins, it is time for them to tell the truth. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, it is time for them to tell the truth. I said it is time for them to tell the truth, peoples. And today, peoples, we are going to get a greater understanding, and we are going to see if they are going to tell the truth. I said we are going to see if they are going to tell the truth, peoples. And we have evidence, unequivocal, undeniable evidence, peoples, to see whether or not that they're really going to tell the truth. And so, peoples, we're really going to get into this today. This is the day, and this is the time that you guys have literally been waiting for. I mean, this is the day right here, peoples. And we are going to expose the truth, the unequivocal, undeniable truth in this Kenneka Jenkins case. And so where the people have literally have been lying to the masses, and how Crown Plaza has been lying to the masses, well, people, that's no longer going to be the case, because, see, I told you unequivocally, undeniably, that we are the truth bearers. We are the storytellers, and we will come and we will go to great lengths to get a greater understanding about this particular case. And no longer can these hilarious and nefarious people hide behind the nefarious madness that they have been speaking forever and a day, peoples. No longer will that be tolerated. And so now, peoples, it is my job, it is my duty to bring forth to you that of what should have been done a long time ago. And so, peoples, no YouTuber ever brought this out. This is going to be the very first time that this is ever showcased up on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and the likes, peoples. No other YouTuber has ever brought this out. And when the people said that TM had shut down and she was able to be instrumental in shutting down the case to where we couldn't get no information, well, then people's, I beg to differ. I said I beg to differ, because that is not true. TM doesn't have that type of power, peoples, to be able to shut down a court filing. Now, all of this is public information, peoples. All of it is public information. And, TM didn't want none of this stuff to be exposed, because of the simple fact that they all lied. I said they all lied, peoples. Every last one of them. The kids lied. The establishment lied. TM lied. Everybody lied. And even the YouTubers lied. Everybody lied. And the question is, why is the people lying? Well, I don't know if I'll be able to answer that question, peoples, but I can answer one thing, and that is they lied, and we caught them in a major lie, peoples. And so we're going to reveal a great and very impactful lie that they had told in this Kenneka Jenkins case. And this of what I'm going to show you today, peoples, is going to change and transform how you view the Kenneka Jenkins case, peoples. I said it's going to change and transform how you view this case. No matter how long you've been talking about the case, no matter how long or whatever you have shown throughout the years, this one important factor that I am going to show today is going to change everything in how you view this case, because it is unequivocal and undeniable proof that the Crown Plaza lied, that all of the people, all of the parties in this particular case lied. And why did they lie, peoples? Well, because this one fact that I am going to show you on Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live is going to prove that this was a major conspiracy. And say what you will, and think what you will, and feel how you feel. That's fine with me, peoples. I said that's fine with me, peoples. But see, the thing is that you won't be able to counteract this and stuff, because this is something that you can't even touch. Regardless of whatever your feelings may be, your thoughts and views may be, you can't touch this. And this is a fact. It's a fact. It's a FACT. It's a fact, peoples. And I don't care how long you've been talking about this case, and you've been on this case since day one, and the family, all of this and that and the other and stuff. Well, it doesn't matter to me, Edward Joseph Peoples, because at the end of the day, I told you from the beginning, peoples, I am a fact finder, and I am a truth bearer and a truth teller. And I will not be subservient to this madness of what the people say. Now, peoples, I hope that you had went and got you some Ethiopian coffee. I hope you are very well hydrated and relaxed, because this is my Memorial Day special. Is that all right, peoples? We're going to get into this today. Oh man, we are going to tear the limbs off this nefarious madness that these people have been speaking forever and a day. And for all of the YouTubers like Trey Gang, Casey Cloy, Overa, Sanchez, Mendina, Bossman the Hair Lost Man, John Queer Q, and all of the other hilarious and nefarious YouTubers that ever talked about this case, well, you ain't got nothing on me when it comes down to this. And you have never even spoken this. And see, the peoples, I asked the question for a reason. How did Kenneka Jenkins get out of Irene's life? And I have yet to have anybody in this community answer the question. They couldn't answer the question, peoples. They could not answer how Kenneka Jenkins got out of Irene's life. Well, peoples, maybe we can answer that question. Or maybe we can't. But even if we can, or even if we can't, I tell you one thing. I'll tell you one important thing, peoples. We will catch them, and we have caught them in a major lie. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? I said we will catch them and we caught them in a major lie. So, peoples, are you ready? We're going to get into this today. So, peoples, let me go ahead and give a shout out to my peoples that came into the house. Hello, Jenna, to you. B, how are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Jenna to you, B, had says, greetings, Edward, and everyone. Peoples, you guys come on in. You guys hit that like button, whatever channel that you may be on. You guys come on in. You guys hit that like button. I'm telling you, peoples, this is going to be a live that you're going to remember. This is going to be absolutely, positively, and unequivocally fantastic, peoples. I said, did you hear what I said, peoples? Now, I said this live on today is going to be absolutely wonderful. And we're going to get some clarity out of confusion. Now, I'm inviting every YouTuber and Facebooker that wants to come on in into this live and join in. Now, what I say, people, is simply this: be careful, be careful, because I have a zero tolerance for nonsense. Now, if you're going to come in and talk, come on in and talk and stuff. But if not, then don't come in. But don't come in being hilarious nor nefarious, peoples. I said don't come in being hilarious nor nefarious. Now I have my moderators standing by, and you better hope that they get to you before I do, because if you come in with all of this nonsense and madness and things, well, then I will immediately eject you from this live for all eternity. Meaning you will never be able to come back to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live again under that name that you came in from. Now, I welcome all commentary. I do. I welcome all commentary. I welcome it. But be nice, be kind, be cordial. Because some things, it may go against that of what you may believe. And that's all right, peoples. It's all right. We all entitled to our opinions. And basically, this is my opinion. But see, my opinion is backed up with my facts, peoples. And I know for a fact that none of you would be able to go ahead and debunk the various things that I am saying, peoples. And so, peoples, without further ado, we are going to get into this today, peoples. I'm trying to find this video, so if you guys will oblige me for one moment, I'm going to play this video, peoples, for your enjoyment and stuff. And we're going to see if we can be able to get some clarity out of confusion. Is that all right, peoples? I said, is that all right, peoples? This is our day, peoples. This is our time. This is our time to go ahead and showcase the various things that they had said. And so for the book and for the record, peoples, this is what they said. This is not what Edward Joseph said. I said, this is what they said. And so let me go ahead and share my screen, peoples.
she was drunk, because now it's a bunch of other videos that's at 2:40, that's at 2:30. It's a lot of more videos coming out, and I have the videos. See, she was fine. She was sitting there. She wasn't like this or none of that. So if y'all say she got lost at 2 somehow, she in a video. So she just sitting there. She talking, because when the manager knocked on the door, whoever it was, Kenneka was one of the persons that went to the door and they say that was a manager. You see this in the video. So she wasn't drunk and she had to come up missing around 3 something, not 2 something. It ain't adding up because we got like 5 more videos. So what they saying not adding up.
That's my favorite sister. How can I live life knowing I'll never see her again?
If you've seen her going to a freezer or being carried to a freezer, then you need to prove that.
Jenkins' family says she was at the hotel with some friends at a party, but around 4:30 Saturday morning, the friends called to say they couldn't find Jenkins, but had her cell phone and truck keys.
It had to be something within that room that happened, because they walked in the hotel at 1:13, and they seen at 2 something. That's when they realized she was lost. That's not adding up.
We saw her on the video at 3:20 a.m. in the morning, staggering. His exact words. She was so drunk so she couldn't hold herself up. She was holding on to the wall. She stumbled into the refrigerator, then she closed the door behind me. I feel like they helped kill my child, the police department and this hotel.
Hello, Honesty. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. And so, peoples, as you can see, they have the videos. They have the videos. And as you heard what Lenora said that they came in at around, or she came up missing at around 2 something. And then from 2 something, she said that she came up missing about 3 something. So which is it, peoples? Did Kenneka come up missing at around 2 something? Or did Kenneka come up missing around 3 something? I mean, you decide, peoples. I said you decide what time Kenneka came up missing, peoples. You decide, peoples. I'm only here just to show you what they said. I'm only here to show you what they said, peoples. And so you have to decide whether or not Kenneka Jenkins came up missing at around 2 something, or if Kenneka Jenkins came up missing around 3 something. You decide, peoples. You decide. You decide what you feel had happened to Kenneka Jenkins. Is that all right, peoples? I'm gonna play that one more time, peoples, just for the people that had came on in who didn't have a chance to see what I have done thus far, because I want to bring clarity out of confusion, people. So listen in attentively, because we're going to go on there from there. Let's go.
She was drunk, because now it's a bunch of other videos that's at 2:40, that's at 2:30. It's a lot of more videos coming out, and I have the videos. See, she was fine. She was sitting there. She wasn't like this or none of that. So if y'all say she got lost at 2 somehow, she in a video. So she just sitting there. She talking, because when the manager knocked on the door, whoever it was, Kenneka was one of the persons that went to the door and they say that was a manager. You see this in the video. So she wasn't drunk and she had to come up missing around 3 something, not 2 something. It ain't adding up because we got like 5 more videos. So what they saying not adding up.
That's my favorite sister. How can I live life knowing I'll never see her again?
If you've seen her going to a freezer or being carried to a freezer, then you need to prove that.
Jenkins' family says she was at the hotel with some friends at a party, but around 4:30 Saturday morning, the friends called to say they couldn't find Jenkins, but had her cell phone and truck keys.
It had to be something within that room that happened because they walked in the hotel at 1:13 and they seen at 2 something. That's when they realized she was lost. That's not adding up.
We saw her on the video at 3:20 a.m. in the morning, staggering. His exact words. She was so drunk, so she couldn't hold herself up. She was holding on to the wall. She stumbled into the refrigerator, then she closed the door behind me. I feel like they helped kill my child, the police department and this hotel.
TM had said that she feel that they helped kill her child, the police department and this hotel. That's what TM said. She felt that they helped kill their child. And so the thing is, peoples, is that they want us to believe that they only saw these videos and they're only going by the videos that they saw to give the narrative that they gave. But see, it's up to you whether or not you believe, peoples, that they're telling the truth. Because as Lenore said, that she has 5 more videos. Oh, really? Oh, really? And so my question is, what 5 videos do Lenore have, peoples? Lenore had told you that they have 5 videos. And they gave you different times of when Kenneka was supposedly had came up missing, peoples. And so my question is simply this. When did she come up missing? What time did she come up missing? What time did they come in, peoples? That is the question that I had asked the people, but I have yet to get any response from the community. I mean, you know, it's one thing to talk to me, but then it's another thing to come live and tell me what you feel about what you think happened to Kenneka Jenkins. And so, peoples, it doesn't add up. I said it doesn't add up. And so, peoples, I just wanted to go back just for one moment and let's listen to what the attorney had said, Jeffrey Feiger.
Rosemont Mayor Brad Stevens is hosting a large group of area business people to talk about economic development in the town's new minor league baseball stadium. But the death over the weekend of 19-year-old Kenneka Jenkins is casting a long shadow over the town's good news.
Obviously, a tragedy. This 19-year-old gal has lost her life.
After Jenkins was discovered missing after attending a birthday party on the 9th floor of the Crown Plaza Hotel late Friday night, her body was discovered early Sunday morning in a freezer in the basement of the hotel. Relatives admit there were drugs and alcohol at the party. Her family and numerous activists, though, are questioning how she wound up in the freezer.
Our concern is that it was possibly foul play. I think that's what everybody's concern is. It was a possible cover-up on her death.
Video from the party posted on social media has drawn hundreds of thousands of views across the country and has fueled speculation about the case. But Rosemont's mayor says that's all it is, speculation.
And that's all it is speculation. Really? I mean, that's the best that they can come up with? Is all speculation? That nothing happened to this child? You know, everybody is up in a tizzy, but nobody can explain or express what happened to Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. All of these conspiracy theories that the people continue to keep speaking. Well, peoples, will we ever find out the real Kenneka Jenkins or the fake Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? Let's take a look. Bingo. There is Kenneka. And then look, Monifa had on the same outfit. As you can see, there's the red band, there's the red band, there's the black pants, there's the black pants. And then there's Monifa with the little ponytail. There's Monifa with the little ponytail. So you can't tell me that these two girls look alike, because that girl is the real Kenneka. This girl is the fake Kenneka. Bingo to the bingo, people. And there'd be no reason why Kenneka would not be wearing that black band on her.
For I am a child of God.
Bingo.
I'm no
That's who that is right there.
longer a slave.
That girl is that girl. Look at the lips.
For I am a
Look at the lips.
child of God.
And so, peoples, that shows you the cover up. It shows you the real Kenneka Jenkins and the fake Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, where they have been trying to mesmerize you forever and a day with this girl who played Kenneka. And so, peoples, I've surmised to you that Kenneka Jenkins, Monifa, and Shemaya was in the bathroom at the Crown Plaza, peoples. Kenneka, Monifa, and Shemaya was at the Crown Plaza, peoples. And so, peoples, as you can see, Kenneka Jenkins, Monifa, and Shemaya at the Crown Plaza in the restroom, peoples. Not the Marriott, not the Doubletree, but at the Crown Plaza. And as you can see, peoples, Shemaya had taken a video of them in the bathroom of the Crown Plaza. And so, peoples, we had so many different people sit up here and tell us all of this madness about Kenneka Jenkins and things, and everybody gave their narrative. And so one thing I want to point out, people, is this particular person here who has been in every single Kenneka Jenkins chat room, spilling her ventum all around everywhere. People, let's listen to the lies that Casey had said about the death of Kenneka Jenkins. Let's go.
She said she grew up 3 minutes from Rosemont. God damn, they got me fucked up. She told me how she died, or that she doesn't know the who or the why, but the hotel fucked up. Everybody kept saying, oh, the hotel moved her. And I kept saying, why? Why would they do that? That would be fucking up so big time. They fucked up big time. They moved her. They found her. They freaked out and they moved her and they threw her in the freezer to try to make it look like an accident. And I got this information in exchange that I'll do the fucking interview with them. So you can't say nothing yet.
And as you can see, peoples, she said that the hotel effed her up. And that they had told her how Kenneka had died. But she was going to do her interview. But yet she didn't do the interview because 54 Keys has done the interview. And not only did 54 Keys do the interview, but Bree has done the interview as well, peoples. And so what is it that you believe, peoples? What is it that you believe? Because again, peoples, everybody's got their mouth open up on this particular case, and everybody's got something to say, but yet and still, it's not up for me to tell you what you should believe, but it's up to you to believe what you feel that you should believe. And so, peoples, so much stuff is being said in this particular Kenneka Jenkins case. And all I want to do is just get to the bottom of this, peoples. That's all I want to do. I just want to get to the bottom of this, people. So let's go ahead and let's look at the different faces of Kenneka Jenkins. Now help me to make that make sense, peoples. The videos don't lie, peoples. It doesn't lie. It doesn't lie. People lie, but those videos don't lie. So either all of these people are Kenneka, or goddammit, Kenneka wasn't even there. And then how in the hell could she be there when you got several girls who is literally playing Kenneka? And you can clearly see by the outfits and stuff, it's not Kenneka. Help me to make that shit make sense, peoples. I mean, really, help me to make it make sense. This is the girl who played Kenneka in the bathroom. This is the girl right here. The same girl. There she is, peoples. Right there. Right here. Right there, people. That's who that is. That is not Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. The girl who played Kenneka. There she is. There she is, peoples. Clear as daylight. Help me to make it make sense. You see the dimple? You see the dimple? How many Kennekas is there, peoples? Really? How many Kennekas is there? That Kenneka? Is that Kenneka? Look at the two body styles. Is that Kenneka? I mean, is that Kenneka? Look at the body styles, peoples. Look at the body styles, peoples. Is that Kenneka? Look at the hair. The hair goes all the way down past the shoulders into the butt and tapers down to the butt. This doesn't go all the way down past the butt. See that? Look at that. Goes all the way down to her crack. This doesn't go down to her crack. Look at the head. The head is wider. Look at the head. It's tighter. Look at the head. I mean, goddamn, peoples, how many Kennekas is it? How can Kenneka be roaming the halls of this establishment and then be commandeered by all of these people? Really, help me to make it make sense. I know you guys got your own philosophies. You guys feel strongly about what you say. You guys feel that Kenneka was there at the establishment. You feel that she was in TY's live and stuff, and Irene's live. Well, God damn it, help me to make it make sense. How? Help me to make it make sense. How? Because peoples, your only excuse is that the goddamn video footage is edited. That's your only excuse. Video footage is edited. Okay, and what does that mean? What does all of that mean? We know the video footage is edited, but see, the thing is, none of these girls comes close to looking like this girl right there. That girl right there, Kenneka Jenkins. Puckered up her lips and stuff. That's what she does. How can you get beyond this? And this was not edited, people. It wasn't edited. You can see her head, you can see the back of her head, and then you can see partially of her face right there because Shemaya is taking a picture inside. By the mirror. There's another mirror. That's why you get the double reflection. You can see the mirror reflecting right here. There's that. And they're looking at a mirror. This is on the outside. They're looking at the mirror on the inside. Clear as daylight, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins right there in your face. Hello, Mariah Lavender. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mariah Lavender says, hello, Mr. Edward and everyone. Hello, Tidbits with Christian. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Tidbits says, hello, all. And so, peoples, as you can see the differences in between the girls who they said is Kenneka Jenkins. And so peoples, you decide whether or not it is Kenneka or not. It is not up for me to tell you who you should believe. It's up to you, peoples. I'm only here just to show you my findings, peoples. And so it's up to you to decide who you believe is Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. And so, peoples, I want to go and I want to listen in to what the people had to say about Kenneka, peoples. I want to listen in to what the people had to say about Kenneka, peoples. This is what they had to say.
About a nigga like me. A nigga like me, I just pick everything you just said apart. And that's why you gotta go find the paperwork and all that shit to read exactly what it say, because you don't know what it say. Shamaya mother called the police at 4:15 in the morning, on the morning of the night. 4:15 a.m. By 4:30 or 4:30 something, they was at the police station. Shamaya mother called the police to report what Shamaya came back and told her what had happened.
And a tidbit of information that we were talking about. Kenneka was actually missing at that point. Kenneka was missing when they went to the police department to say what that was the purpose of them going down there. They had not found Kenneka. So Shamaya's mom called the police department, asked them to come and pick them up and escort them back to Roseland PD. And that's exactly where the fuck they were at 4:30 in the morning on the night.
Now it was stated, peoples, that the case files had stated that Kenneka was missing. But see, the case files had stated one thing, the people had stated another thing, and yet the YouTubers had stated something else. And so, peoples, my question is simply this. When did Kenneka come up missing? Because everybody has a different story. Shamaya's mom was supposed to have called at 4:15 in the morning. And at 4:30, they were supposed to have been at the Rosemont Police Department and telling them what happened to Kenneka. But peoples, at 4 a.m. in the morning, as you can see, Shamaya, Monifa, and Bree was still at the establishment, wandering around looking for Kenneka. So how is it at 4:30 in the morning, Shamaya is at the Rosemont Police Station when at the 4 o'clock hour, they were still at the Crown Plaza looking for Kenneka? See, peoples, I'm like Irene. I mean, I'm like Lenora. It doesn't add up. I said it doesn't add up, peoples. See, everybody is saying that they were all supposed to be somewhere, everywhere, and this and that and the other, but then the question is, peoples, I mean, from the time to when Kenneka was supposed to have been missing to the time that she came in, it's only an hour, peoples. From 1:13 to about 2:30. What happened within that golden hour, peoples, of Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? Because see, the thing is, within that golden hour, peoples, TY's live was supposed to have happened. Irene's live was supposed to have happened. And then Kenneka was supposed to have came up missing, peoples. Supposed to have came up missing, peoples. And so, peoples, let's take a look at this. Because see, this clearly doesn't make no sense. Doesn't make no sense, peoples. Let's go.
were captured on CCTV as they entered from a side door at the Crown Plaza Hotel.
And so what time was it, peoples? What time did they come in to the Crown Plaza? Because they came in on the side door. So obviously they didn't come in the front. They came in the back, peoples. And so is it normal for the people to come in from the back? I mean, did we ever see Irene and her sister and everybody come into the establishment? No, the only time that we've seen Irene and sister and them is when they were already in the room. We never seen Irene and sister and them come in. But we did see these guys come in, peoples. But we never seen Irene and sister and them come in. And so, you know, with that lack of evidence, peoples, how is it that we can narrow down the time for when Irene was supposed to have came in, peoples? Do you understand what I'm saying? See, everybody can give a narrative as to, yeah, they came in at this time and that time and so on and so forth. But see, the thing is, peoples, you can never really get a good, wholesome understanding as to the time because we never seen it. I said we never seen it, peoples. We never seen it. And so because we never seen it, then they can tell us anything as to when they came. They can tell us anything as to when they left because a lot of videos we have not seen peoples. And so peoples, you decide as to what you want to believe, peoples. But right here, peoples, I want to hear what Monifa had to say about all of this.
None of y'all is like, I don't do all that. Because at the end of the day, only thing that was my fault is I want looking out for her for real. Because we was all drunk in that bitch. I ain't finna sit here and do all that. Like, I supposed to be no P's and Q's.
So Monifa didn't want to blame nobody. Monifa said that they were all drunk. Monifa said that they were all drunk and that they were all looking for Kenneka. Well, I mean, to a certain degree, people, yes, that's true. They were looking for Kenneka. I mean, we saw that on video footage. But what else did Monifa have to say? Let's listen in.
None of y'all is like, I don't do all that. Because at the end of the day, only thing that was my fault is I want looking out for her for real. Because we was all drunk in that bitch. I ain't finna sit here and do all that. Like, I supposed to be no P's and Q's.
First, through the internal decomposition. This is where every single cell in your body starts breaking down, and every cell in your body actually holds tightly very toxic chemicals. They're called enzymes, and those enzymes are very oxidative and they degrade tissue very quickly. Once your cells die, it cannot hold those toxic chemicals, and so it breaks down the cells, and then it sends a chain reaction throughout the body where all the cells starts breaking down and more of those toxic enzymes are released, and you have what is called the autolysis. The body is now falling apart, the tissues are falling apart, so you have external bacteria coming in to start breaking down the tissues further. These external factors are actually called the putrefaction stage of decomposition. And that's when the body turns the zombie-ish appearance. It's bloated, all the tissues are decomposing on the inside and they're creating gas and liquid. So that liquid is being expelled because of the pressure those build-up gas are creating inside the body, and it's expelled through the natural orifices and functionally. Then that's also where most of the insects will put themselves, so the eyes, the mouth, the nostrils, and other holes, because they're attracted by those liquids oozing from the body. It's extremely delicious.
And so, peoples, I didn't mean to play that part of the video, not just yet, but I thought that I had edited this down to the degree to where, I was just only going to get Monifa's testimony and things. But okay, so we're going to switch gears for a moment. As you can see, the doctor had shown you and had told you how a body decomposes, peoples. And as you can see, the body on the gurney was decomposed. And the doctor just explained to you how the body decomposes. Now, we have to examine the timeline here, peoples, because see, if you go back and you remember the video that I had played of what Lenora had stated, peoples, if you go back and you remember what Lenora had stated and things, her sister was there at the establishment. That's point number one. So Lenora had said that Kenneka Jenkins was at the Crown Plaza, not at the Marriott and not at the Doubletree. She was at the Crown Plaza. Lenora also stated that she had 5 videos of Kenneka at the Crown Plaza. Lenora also stated that her sister came in at 1:13. But she came up missing at about 2:30, and then she changed it to about 3:30. But Lenora also stated that all of this madness that the people had said is not adding up. That's what she said, right? And so my question is to the people, all that you have seen thus far in all of the testimonies of what the people had said and the people had did and things, is it adding up? It's the timeline adding up to that of what you think happened to Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Is it all adding up? Because see, the thing is, peoples, we can debate forever in a day about the time. But see, the thing is, peoples, when we look at the videos, and we look at the timestamps in the videos, the timestamp changes, peoples. And so how can you be able to understand clearly and wholeheartedly which of the videos is correct? Because you got on the timestamp, you got little text. And then on some of the videos, you got big text. And so if you got little text and big text, how could you be able to say which one is which? It's just like that movie Richard Pryor had played then. Which way is up? Which way is up, peoples? And so that is up for you to decide, peoples. I'm just laying out the foundation as to what they had said, peoples. Because just like Honesty had said, it ain't adding up. People, 1 + 1 = 2. But then if you add one more to that, it doesn't equal 4. Because if you say 4, then you're wrong. I said, if you say 4, then you're wrong. Your mathematical equation is wrong, peoples. Everything that you say in this Kenneka Jenkins case has to add up, peoples. And if it doesn't add up, just like Johnny Cochran had said, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. And so, peoples, you can take bits and pieces of this case and you can talk about it, but it has to add up, peoples. And if it doesn't add up, well, then what are you saying? What are you saying, peoples? Well, let's take a walk, peoples. Let's take a walk, because I want to get a sense as to what TM was trying to convey to us, peoples. I mean, she said that something happened to my daughter. That's what she said, right? I didn't say that, peoples. I said that is what she said. And so because of what she said, that's all we have to go by, peoples, right? It's what she said. Well, peoples, I want to listen in to what TM had said. Let's go.
911, where's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I'm at the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport, and I was calling because my daughter came to to a party here last night, a gathering with her friends, and now her friends, they said that they left on the front of the hotel and she's not able to be found now. Yes, and they said that when her friends was asking earlier today, like about 4 o'clock in the morning, because they run the video cameras, they said that they didn't have no camera.
For I am a child.
But now I came and it was a lady. She said that she heard music and she asked me that I want to go upstairs, and we went upstairs on the 11th floor, and it was someone came to the room, and she said that she did see my daughter there with a group of girls and a couple of guys, but that's all she just saw because she was busy trying to get reception on her phone.
Your love has called my name.
Peoples, it doesn't make no sense. So we had Custom Design say that at 4:15 the girls called, and at 4:30 Shemaya and her mother is at the Crown Plaza Police Department making a report. But TM said that at 4 something in the morning, they called. But she didn't never say that they had left at 4 something in the morning. Now in the case files, it said that at 4 a.m. in the morning, they brought the car back to them. But see, the thing is, peoples, it ain't adding up, because see, the thing is simply this. According to the video footage, the girls is still at the Crown Plaza at 4 a.m. in the morning. And so my question is, peoples, what video timestamp are we looking at to where we can be able to say unequivocally and undeniably when the girls was at the establishment? Because it ain't adding up. You got conflicting stories from TM, from Custom Designs, from the case files, and then from the YouTubers. It ain't adding up, peoples. It ain't adding up. And so it has to add up, peoples. And if it ain't adding up, something is wrong. Something is wrong. And so, peoples, my question is simply this. What is wrong? Because we got conflicting stories, and then we got conflicting timestamps on the video. And so what is it on the video that we can be able to discern or decipher that is actual, factual, or true? And so what do, peoples? Do we go with the case files? Do we go with the video footage? Or do we go with the narratives of what the YouTubers are saying? Well, see, peoples, that is up for you to decide. It's up for you to decide. I'm just only here just to bring clarity out of confusion and to show you all of the different conflicting stories. Now, everything can't be right, peoples, because if it's conflicting, it can't be right. There's only one truth to the proof, and there's only one proof to the truth. The truth needs no help. It stands on its own, peoples. I said the truth stands on its own, peoples. And so this is why I said, oh my God, Kenneka Jenkins, it is time for them to tell the truth. It is time for them to tell the truth. They have to tell the truth. Because if they don't tell the truth, peoples, it will forever be a lie in this particular case. And so, I'm aiming to find what the truth is, peoples. Because like Honesty had said, it ain't adding up. Peoples, I see my family in the house, so let's give a shout out to Hello Mello. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mello said, what's up, bro, Ed, and everyone in the chat? And so, peoples, we are here, we are alive, and we are still trying to figure out what happened to Kenneka. Because everybody has a story, but everybody has a conflicting story, peoples. And so it is my endeavor, peoples, to try to figure out and find out what the truth is, peoples. It is my endeavor to try to figure out and find out what the truth is, peoples. And so, peoples, let's take a look at this here. Let's take a look and see what they had to say, peoples. Missing. Let's go.
And guess what? Through it all, he tried to take my life. He tried to take everything. Then he reached down inside me and tried to touch my soul. But through it all, he still ain't won.
Something within that room that happened. Because they walked in the hotel at 1:13 and they seen at 2 something. That's when they realized she was lost. That's not adding up.
We saw her on the video at 3:20 a.m. in the morning, staggering. His exact words. She was so drunk, so she couldn't hold herself up. She was holding on to the wall. She stumbled into the refrigerator, then she closed the door behind her. To me, I feel like they helped kill my child, the police department and this hotel.
And so, peoples, what is it? Where is it and when is it, peoples? She feels that they helped kill her child. And so if they helped kill her child, peoples, who was it? Because according to TM, there was an employee in the kitchen with Kenneka for over 2 hours. So if there was an employee in the kitchen with Kenneka for over 2 hours, people, well, then who was it? Who was it? Because according to their narrative, according to what Custom Design had said, that Shamaya and her mama was supposed to have called the police at 4:15 on September the 9th. And then at 4:30, they were supposed to be at the Rosemont police station. Really? So they called them at 4:15, and then 15 minutes later, they're at the police station? Really? But yet on the video surveillance footage, you know, they're still there. So who took Shamaya home? Because if Kenneka is missing, the only person who can drive the car was Bree, right? Because Bree was supposed to have had the keys, right? But wait a minute. Wait 1 minute. It was Monifa and Shamaya that said that Irene had the keys in the room and that they came back to go to retrieve the keys in the cell phone. But wait a minute, people. Wait 1 minute. How could that be? So how could everybody have the keys, peoples? How? That's the question that I ask. But see, you know, even though peoples, all of these different scenarios that have been playing out, and everybody is giving a different story to what's going on. Well, there's one person who told you what was going on unequivocally and undeniably, and that was Jeffrey Feiger himself. And so let's listen in to what Jeffrey Feiger had to say about what was going on. Let's go, peoples. Let's go.
Kenneka was not identified or found wandering in the Crown Plaza Hotel on the early morning hours of September 9th. Why and how, although video surveillance cameras clearly indicate that Kenneka was wandering into an area under construction that had a operating walk-in freezer and cooler, and why and how, in spite of the fact that Kenneka's family and friends were at the hotel from the moment she disappeared until the moment her body was found.
Kenneka Jenkins' family was at the Crown Plaza at the time to when Kenneka came up missing to when she was found. The family. The family was at the Crown Plaza at the time to when Kenneka Jenkins was missing. At the time to when she was found. See, peoples, I can't make this up. This is what Jeffrey Feiger had said, peoples. I couldn't make it up. That's what he said. Jeffrey Feiger had told you that the family was there at the time to when Kenneka came up missing, to when Kenneka was found. And so, peoples, if you watched the live the other day, I've shown you where the family was. Lenore was there, and she was in the bathroom. And TM was there, and she was in the bathroom. Unequivocally, undeniably, peoples. Because, see, that's what Jeffrey Feiger had said. That's what Jeffrey Feiger had said. So I can't make this up, peoples. I can't make this up. So, since we already know, based upon what Jeffrey Feiger had said, that the family was there at the time to when she came up missing, to at the time that she was found. Well, where was she found, peoples? I said, where was she found, peoples? That is the question that lingers on, peoples. And so maybe we can get a little bit more information as to where Kenneka was found. Let's go. Was Kenneka Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, peoples? Chat?
That's what they said from the beginning.
Come on, Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kenneka Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But peoples, what did I say? I said we are true fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. they didn't find her in the freezer, but they found her in the rear in the dock area. And so people's, see, this is what they said. It ain't what Edward Joseph said. It is what they said, peoples. It's what they said. And so when you want to try to get down on Edward Joseph, well, you can't get down upon me, peoples, because I'm not saying it. This is what they said. So I'm only just showing you what they said, peoples. And so let's take a look and see what else that they said, peoples, because see, they had said that Kenneka was walking the halls of that establishment, peoples. That's what they said. But they said a lot of things, as well as a lot of other people said a lot of things. And so I'm just trying to get a sense as to what's what, peoples, because I mean, we got all of this stuff of what the people had said and what they said and things, and it is just not making no sense to me, peoples. So can we get a consensus as to what has really happened, peoples? Can we get a consensus as to what really has happened, and what really is it that they said, peoples? I mean, everybody said a lot, but all of the things that they're saying, it ain't making no sense, peoples. It ain't making no sense to us. And so let's take a listen to something here, peoples. I want to take a listen to something here because this is what a person had stated about Kenneka, Monifa, Shemai, and friends at the Crown Plaza, and this is what they were doing at a particular time, people. And so let's get her perspective upon the time frame and what was happening at the time to when they're supposed to have been looking for Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Let's go. Now notice, peoples, it is at 3:53, almost the 4 o'clock hour. And Shemaya is walking in the halls, and Monifa is walking in the halls between the people. Now, does it look like they're looking for Kenneka? Well, you decide. But remember what Custom Design had said is that Kenneka, that Monifa, that Shemaya was supposed to have been at home calling the police to her mom, yet they were supposed to be at the police department at 4:30. Well, it's almost 4 o'clock according to the timestamp, people. So help me to make that make sense. Let's go. It's almost the 4 o'clock hour, and everybody's still at the establishment. They said that they were supposed to have told the kids that they had to go, but yet everybody is still wandering around the establishment. And then look at Monifa and Shemaya. almost at the 4 o'clock hour, and they're still wandering the halls of that establishment. So then the question becomes, peoples, where's Bree? Where was Bree, peoples? Did you see Bree in the video footage, peoples? Did you see Bree running around the establishment looking for Kenneka, peoples? Did you, peoples? Nah, you didn't see Bree. But you still seen the people at the establishment, peoples, right? All right, so people, let's transition on here. Let's take a look and let's see the final moments of where the supposed Kenneka had walked, because this is going to lead us into that of what I needed to show you on today, peoples. So let's take a look at the final supposed trajectory of where Kenneka was supposed to have walked. Let's go.
What's the word, YouTube family? It's your man Chris Barnes back at you with another video. Right now we're at the Crown Plaza Hotel, and I'm about to take you all to the actual site of Kenneka Jenkins. 1 second. So the room was 926. So we're about to walk on the floor that she was at the party in, and I'm gonna be quiet because I don't know what's going on. So guys, as you can see, it's right by the elevator. It's right by the elevator. Rest in peace, Kenneka Jenkins.
And so there you have it, peoples. Room 924 and 926. And as you can see, 924 and 926 is right by the elevator, peoples. And I have asked the question many times over, peoples, how did Kenneka Jenkins get out of Irene's live? How? How did Kenneka Jenkins get out of Irene's live? And nobody was ever able to tell me that, peoples. Nobody was ever able to tell me how Kenneka Jenkins got out of Irene's live. And so, peoples, let's take a look at this live that this person had did, because they had snitched some videos together and they had called it the reenactment, peoples. So let's take a look to see what this person had to say. Let's go.
Baby, come give me something. Oh. Baby, come give me something. Oh.
And so, peoples, as you can see in the video, when the young lady who's supposed to have been Kenneka Jenkins had walked back there in the trajectory and entered into the freezer, then you got to ask yourself the question, why did the video abruptly cut off? Why did the video abruptly cut off? Why? Why did the video abruptly cut off, peoples? That doesn't make no sense to me. And so this is the whole purpose of this live, is to try to make sense out of nonsense. Now, you saw the trajectory of what the people have done with the reenactment and things, the trajectory of where this young lady is supposed to have walked. Now, picture yourself, peoples. Picture this for one moment. I need you to really understand this and get this. If this young lady was hooshed up on topiramate and alcohol like the people proclaim, and you saw the trajectory of where she was supposed to have been, then help me to make that make sense, peoples. How, based upon the trajectory of what they have shown, could this young lady have walked? How could she have walked the halls of that establishment, walked up a flight of stairs, and then enter into the kitchen in a manner in which they proclaimed she did? It doesn't make no sense, people. It doesn't make no sense. It doesn't make no sense how a person who was supposed to have literally been hooshed up on some topiramate and things and stuff, walk a certain trajectory, and within 7 minutes of being down there on the lower level, be on the upper level, because that's what the case file said. Case file says within 7 minutes of being on the lower level, she was up on the upper level. People, so do you think that it was going to take more than 7 minutes to walk up a flight of stairs in the condition that she was in? Because there was no way to get to the upper level from that area unless you are taking the freight elevator. And a freight elevator would have transported you up to the upper level within just a minute. But they said 7 minutes, and it would have took 7 minutes for her to walk down a whole long hallway to get up to the upper level, because in order to get up to the upper level, she would have had to go and she would have had to take the ramp up, walked all the way around through the main lobby in order to get to the upper level kitchen, because there was no other way other than taking the freight elevator, peoples, or taking the stairs. And we know darn good and well that Kenneka Jenkins, or whoever that was supposed to have been walking the halls of that establishment, did not take no stairs, peoples. Didn't take no stairs, peoples. That is fictitious, that is hilarious, and that is nefarious, peoples. No drunken girl would have ever been able to walk up no flight of stairs in the capacity to which she was in, peoples. And so, peoples, I wanted to show you one more thing here. I'm looking for the video and things. I'm looking for the video. So if you give me a moment, looking for the video. But while I'm looking for the video, let me go ahead and let me play this little short real quick here, peoples. Let's go.
11 hours later, at 12:48 a.m. Sunday, when Kenneka is found in a vacant area of the hotel inside a walk-in freezer, she's dead.
Protesters are gathering now for the third day to stand with the victim and her family as they demand answers from police.
Questions continue to swirl in the death of 19-year-old Kenneka Jenkins. The investigation prompts viral speculation as police scour hotel footage and online videos of Kenneka's last living hours. When they finally see the footage, shocking images trace Kenneka's last moments. Now, after puzzling autopsy results, the case still remains unsolved for her family as they seek answers and justice for Kenneka. Crime Online founder Nancy Grace joins us now. She is a tireless advocate for victims' rights. So let's get into this case. What puzzles you the most about it?
You know, Dr. Ross, I hardly know where to start. Let's just start with a surveillance video, all right? Number one, when you have a bank of surveillance cameras, isn't there usually somebody sitting there looking at it? I mean, why do you have a bank of security video? Is to stop incidents from happening. And another thing, the most troubling thing is the way her body was found, with her shirt pulled up over her bra and her pants pulled down over her pelvic bones. That's just not right.
Let's get into that. These photographs, this is the breaking development, folks. It does raise the possibility of some foul play. So the police just released these images.
Whoa. The possibility. Dr. Oz, rest assured, if they found your body with your pants down and your shirt up, I would be on it, okay? That's not right. Now, another thing that is very curious to me is she leaves her little group and she disappears. She's steady on her feet. Everything's fine. She's walking along. Then suddenly she reappears about an hour and a half, 2 hours later, and she can hardly walk. What happened?
Yeah.
And when I think about this mom and they find out their daughter's missing and they go to the hotel staff and they beg for help, they kicked them out of the hotel. They got such a runaround. It's very upsetting, Oz.
It's upsetting for a lot of reasons. By the way, this is the autopsy report, right? This is the doctor, what I look at. The medical examiner, Cook County medical examiner, well-known office, they stand by their autopsy report. But there are parts of this puzzle that do not add up. There's one really important issue. She was seen on at least 4 hotel cameras. And there was allegedly a camera right above the freezer that she walked in.
Ooh, that's a big problem.
Now, how could it possibly be? We don't have that footage. It seems like it's the most obvious thing to look at.
Because the camera that would have been trained on her going in the freezer, or who put her in the freezer, doesn't exist. I just find it all very odd. And when something doesn't fit, that means you don't have all the facts. I know that for sure.
So let me put my doctor's hat on for a second and try to unravel the parts of the puzzle that I do think we can put some information around. So the first is, could we have saved this girl's life? Being in the freezer for so long is a problem. And there's no question, she died from hypothermia, right? She could have been out in Siberia. Those refrigerators are at 0 degrees, right? They're freezers. So if the normal body temperature, come on over here, your temperature right now, hopefully, unless you've got a fever, is 98.6, right? Now, that's where we're supposed to be. Your body will shut down in order to preserve itself as the temperatures begin to fall. It's trying to make sure it doesn't have a problem. So you get between 48 and 56 degrees, it all shuts down. Your breathing, mentation, everything. This is a catastrophe. Walk-in freezers have a temperature. They're required to have a temperature of 0. So 21 hours until she was found dead in the hotel's walk-in freezer.
Okay, people. So I want to stop here for a moment, and I want to stop here for a moment, and I wanted to talk to you for a moment so you guys can get a greater understanding as to where I'm going with this. You heard what's the young lady's name? What's the young lady's name? The one who's talking right now. You guys help me out. I can't think of her name right now. The young lady who was just talking right now. You guys help me out. What is her name? Nancy Grace. Yeah, Nancy Grace. Thank you, Honesty. Nancy Grace. So remember what Nancy Grace had just told you. She was walking in fine, and within an hour or two, now we see her staggering around and supposed to be staggering drunk and everything else. So like I had told you, there is a golden hour from the time to when she was supposed to have came into the establishment to the time to when she was supposed to be walking the halls of that establishment. Well, peoples, how quickly do you think that medication, if given, would have a profound effect upon a person? Now, I said that when you talk about this case, you got to keep things in perspective, right? You got to keep things in perspective. So if she came in at 1:13 and was walking the halls about 2:30, well, people, that is only about an hour, because remember, she came in at 1:13. So it's going to take about 10, maybe 15 minutes before they get up to the room, because remember, when they all walked in, Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree went to the left, while the supposed Kenneka went to the right. Now, did she go up to the room immediately, peoples? Or did she wait for them to walk up there with her to the room? If that was Kenneka. So you would figure if they all went to the left and she went to the right, well, you would think that she would wait for them to go up to the room. And so if she's waiting, okay, so we give and take about 15 minutes at least. You can give 10, but I'm giving 15. So I'm making it even number. So I'm making it at 1:30 that they make it to the room. Okay. So now if we go back to the case files, peoples, we go back to the case files. Let's go back to the case files for one moment. Let me go ahead and share my screen, peoples. And then we're going to get back into this video. But this is a good time to start homing in on what I am going to show you guys on today. So let me go ahead and let me call it the case files, peoples. Okay, so we're going to call up the first case files, and then we're going to move on to all the other ones. But I wanted to call up the first case files, so we're going to open up all of the case files, peoples. But what I want to really focus upon is this right here. It's this right here. I'm sure that you guys can clearly see this good on the screen. It says, on this date, I was dispatched to 9501 Devon Avenue, Rosemont Police Station for a station report of a missing person. Upon arrival, I spoke with blank, who is the complainant, which is Lenora, who is the sister of the missing person, Kenneka Jenkins. And notice how Kenneka Jenkins is spelled Kenneka Jenkins, Jenkins. According to the complainant, which is the victim, was last seen leaving her home. No, according to the complainant, the victim was last seen leaving her home with her mother's vehicle on September the 8th, 2017 at approximately 11:30 at night. Okay. So you guys remember, it's 11:30 at night on September the 8th. This is according to Lenora. All right, at 11:30 at night. The case file says the victim was heading to a party with a couple of friends at the Crown Plaza Hotel, 544 River Road, Rosemont, Illinois. The complainant states that the last time she had contact with the victim was via text message at approximately 1:30 hours, which was 1:30 in the morning on September the 9th. No contact has been made with the victim since then. So what the case files is basically saying is that at 1:30 in the morning on September the 9th, the morning of the 9th, Kenneka was supposed to have text Lenore. Now, what did the text say? What did the text say? Well, we're going to go and we're going to look for that, peoples, because we got at least 144 pages of case files that we got to look through. We got 144 pages of case files that we got to look through. But I think we can narrow it down a little bit, because I do remember seeing a live to where they have shown some text messages that was supposed to have been from Kenneka's phone. Okay. So far, what we have, peoples, is simply this. Lenore said that Kenneka had texted her at 1:30, and no contact has been made with her since then. But here we go. We jump from 1:30 to 4 a.m. in the morning. The complainant, which is Lenore, also states that the friends came back to Lenore's house at approximately 4 o'clock a.m. in the morning with TM's car. Those friends were not on the scene at the time of this report. Okay, so you do remember, peoples, when I have played the video, when Custom Design had said that at 4:15 in the morning, Shemaya was supposed to have came back home and spoke to her mother and told her mother something about what happened to Kenneka. And then 15 minutes later, they're supposed to have arrived at the Rosemont Police Department. But see, the thing is, Shemaya and her mama didn't drive, but the detectives drove in. And so the detectives had to drive from Rosemont to where Shemaya and her mom lived, over there by Kenneka, and then come back to the Crown Plaza. So it couldn't have been no 4:30, peoples. And it couldn't have been no 4, because if we go by the video footage on the case files, well, as you can see in the video footage, they're still there at the 4 o'clock hour, and even at the 4:30 hour in the morning on September the 9th. So it is impossible for Shemaya to be at home calling the police department with her mama when the video footage says, hey, Shemaya, Monifa, and Bree is still at the Crown Plaza at the 4 o'clock hour. Between the 4 o'clock hour and the 4:30 hour. So either the video footage is lying, or either Custom Design and T. Slay is lying. Who's lying, peoples? Or either Lenora is lying, peoples. See, because you got conflicting stories, peoples. It ain't no way in God's creation could the kids be back at the house at the 4 o'clock hour. When we see on the video footage, they were still there even after the 4 o'clock hour. Did you see what I said? Or either the video footage is lying, in that Lenore is telling the truth, and that all of this stuff could not have happened on the night. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? See, the thing is, peoples, if we're going to go by the video footage and we call the video footage law, well, then the statement that Lenore had made is false, fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious. Somebody is lying. Somebody's lying, peoples. Because you couldn't have all of this stuff happen within this time frame that supposedly happened on September the 9th. And this is the reason why I've shown you all of these videos, peoples, because if you ever paid attention, there is no way that all of this stuff, TY's live, Irene's live, this girl walking the halls of the establishment and missing for 2 hours, could have been missing for 2 hours, could have walked the halls of that establishment could have been in the kitchen with some employees for 2 hours, based upon what TM had said, based upon what the YouTubers had said, based upon what the case files had said. All of this stuff could not have happened on September the 9th, which leads me to believe, peoples, that it happened earlier. Because just like I showed you of what the doctor said of how a body decomposes peoples. If a body is decomposing peoples, well, then the body would take time to decompose. And there's no way that a decomposed body can decompose that bad, that rapidly within a few hours of time. Because they said, according to the case files, peoples, that Kenneka was found on September the 10th at 12:25 a.m. in the morning. But how could that be, peoples? How could that be when the metadata on the pictures that was taken of Kenneka in the freezer stated that it was taken on September the 7th, 2017, peoples? How could that be? And the metadata doesn't lie, peoples. The metadata doesn't lie. And see, I have shown you a video because I did a video and talked about it. And then I've shown you a video that another content creator have shown you and talked about it. That the pictures of Kenneka Jenkins that was found in a freezer, from what they say. But the thing is, peoples, she wasn't found in the freezer. She was found in the rear, in a dock area. And so it really doesn't matter to me what the YouTubers say, because the metadata on the pictures doesn't lie. And the metadata said that those pictures of Kenneka Jenkins in the freezer was taken on September the 7th. So you can't explain this. You can't explain the time that is on the video. You can't explain that all of this stuff was supposed to have happened within a 1 hour time. You can't explain Shamaya and her mama is supposed to be at the house and then at the police station at 4:30, according to Custom Design and T. Slay. It's a lot of things that you cannot explain, peoples. And then you heard what Nancy Grace had said. She said that how could all of this happen, Dr. Oz, within a couple of hours of time? You can't explain it, peoples. And the reason why you can't explain it is because it ain't no explanation for it, peoples. You can explain it, but I can. And I did. And I've shown you how all of this stuff could not happen on September the 9th. Because if it all did, peoples, well then, hey, I got the link in the chat. Come to my live and talk to Edward Joseph. I said, come talk to me. Come talk to me. And then explain in great detail how a girl who was supposed to have been inebriated and drunk walked the halls of that establishment and did so within an hour time. When the various things that TM had said, the various things that you all had said, and the various things that Nancy Grace is pointing out, it all doesn't add up. Doesn't add up, peoples. I said it doesn't add up, peoples. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out none of this stuff add up. Honestly, I told you, it ain't adding up. Because if it did, well, then you can be able to give clarity out of confusion, and you can't. You absolutely can't. So now, peoples, let's sit back, relax, and let's listen in to what Nancy Grace had to say, peoples. Let's listen in to what Nancy Grace had to say. Because, see, the thing is, Nancy Grace is making you think about some things, peoples. And see, Dr. Oz wanted to push this narrative, but Nancy Grace said, ho, 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 ho. No, 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 no. And Dr. Oz, it doesn't add up. You can sit here and you can try to bullshit me, but it ain't adding up. So now, Let me go back and let me repeat that, people, so you can hear what Nancy Grace had to say, peoples. Now let's go.
Kenneka's mother, Teresa.
That's just not right.
Let's get into that. These photographs. This is the breaking development, folks. Crime Online founder Nancy Grace joins us now. She is a tireless advocate for victims' rights. So let's get into this case. What puzzles you the most about it?
You know, Dr. Oz, I hardly know where to start. Let's just start with a surveillance video, all right? Number one, when you have a bank of surveillance cameras, isn't there usually somebody sitting there looking at it? I mean, why do you have a bank of security video? It's to stop incidents from happening. And another thing, the most troubling thing is the way her body was found, with her shirt pulled up over her bra and her pants pulled down over her pelvic bones. That's just not right.
Let's get into that. These photographs. This is the breaking development, folks. It does raise the possibility of some foul play. So the police just released these images.
Whoa. The possibility. Dr. Oz, rest assured, if they found your body with your pants down and your shirt up, I would be on it. Okay? That's not right. Now, another thing that is very curious to me is she leaves her little group and she disappears. She's steady on her feet. Everything's fine. She's walking along. Then suddenly she reappears about an hour and a half, 2 hours later, and she can hardly walk. What happened?
An hour to an hour and a half, peoples. An hour to an hour and a half. But that's if we go with this girl getting on the elevator at about the 3:30 hour. Well, that will be a almost 2 hour mark. But if we go with the premise that she was in the room at 1:30 and then she came up missing on the elevator at 2:30, well, then that's only an hour. I mean, unequivocally, undeniably, people. So, I mean, you heard what Nancy Grace said, right? And you heard what Edward Joseph had said. So whether it was an hour and a half, or 2 hours, help me to make that make sense. How in God's name could Irene's life and how in God's name could TY's life happen within that time frame? And how could Kenneka be laying down on the bed, hit her head on a lamp, knocked out cold or whatever? These guys are supposed to be raping her in the room while her family is in there. While her family is in there. You think that people is going to be raping Kenneka while her own family is in there? Well, that's up for you to decide, peoples. See? Many of you people said, she's sitting here saying, help me. Many of you people saying that she's up in there in the room getting raped right in front of her friends and family. Many of you people said that she was in TY's live answering the door. Really? Well, does any of that make sense? Does any of that make sense, peoples? Because again, I asked many of you to point out Kenneka. Help me find Kenneka in any of that video footage. And I have yet to still have anybody come onto my live and point it out. Point out who Kenneka was, where was she, and things. We know she was in Irene's live. We've seen her. We've seen the videos. We've seen the pictures. But was she in TY's live? And then the thing is, people, you guys get a narrative that Kenneka or TY was supposed to be looking for Kenneka. And he came to the movie theater looking for Kenneka. So was TY was going to do anything to Kenneka while her family was right there, people? Really? And the person who you guys proclaimed to be Kenneka Jenkins Y'all said that she got a cup in the room. Well, I mean, according to the video footage of what we've seen, peoples, the girl who you guys call Kenneka leaned back from Tanasia because Tanasia said, I'm going to go over here and give that girl a cup. You guys remember that, right? Well, the supposed Kenneka, who you guys call Kenneka, leaned back from her so she can pass her. Tanasia didn't give that girl a cup. And that's the girl who you guys call Kenneka. Okay, so we do know that T-Rod's live is all over the place and is not in the correct order as they proclaimed it to been filmed. Because one moment we got Tanasia going to give this girl a cup who was being sat on by another girl. And then we have the supposed Kenneka standing up there, veering back from her and letting her pass by. Then we have the kids up in there crunking. And then we have a young lady of the name of TM walking out the bathroom when we can clearly see the silhouette of her. And then we have the bathroom scene is when everybody in the bathroom and we seen Lenora sitting on a toilet with the same bandana and the same clothes that she was in when she gave the testimony to the news reporting. I'll show you the video, peoples, many times over. And then I've shown you what Jeffrey Feiger said, that the family was there at the time to when Kenneka came up missing, to at the time to when she was found. I've shown you that. I've shown you the surveillance video footage with two different timestamps on it. One on the left side and one on the right side. And it was an hour difference in between the two. And if all of this stuff happened, which it did in the city, I mean, in the state of Chicago, but in the city of Rosemont, peoples, why would you have to use UTC time in order to differentiate or figure out what happened? You don't have to, because Chicago time is Chicago time. And whatever the time was at the time to when all of this stuff happened, it was Chicago time. So you don't need to use UTC time. You don't need to revert back any type of time, 6 hours, peoples. There's no need to. The crime has taken place in Rosemont and is still in the state of Illinois, peoples. And it's not too far from the city of Chicago. And so, peoples, it doesn't make sense to use UTC time when it's not necessary. I know I misspoke when I said that Chicago was a state. Chicago is a city within the state of Illinois. And so I'm correcting myself, peoples. But either way, Rosemont wasn't too far from the city of Chicago. And there's no need to use UTC time because they all run up on the same time frame, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? So Nancy Grace had said that it was a hour to hour and a half window. So for all of you who think that all of this stuff happened on September the 9th, would then help me to make it make sense. And so instead of complaining behind the scenes and things, come to the live. This is your time now to come to the live and to share with the people that of what you truly believe happened to Kenneka, because I'm getting ready to debunk every last one of you. I just have to finish just making my baseline here. You know, it's like building a building, using building blocks. I'm establishing my foundation, peoples. Now, If you guys are not wanting to come up and talk to Edward Joseph, that's fine. Sit back and relax, because I'm getting ready to debunk all of you into everything that you have said, because like Gina to you had said, this is a game changer, peoples. What I'm about to present to you within 5 or 10 minutes from now, it's a game changer. And no other YouTuber, Facebooker has ever mentioned this, peoples. And we directly showed that Crown Plaza was lying out their teeth. And they purposely put all of this madness together to give a narrative to where you will follow by. And many of you are following by this madness that they put out, without doing your due diligence yourself and getting a greater understanding for yourself how all of this stuff played out. Because again, peoples, all of this madness ain't nothing but clips that they gave you. Clips, that's it, clips. And you're developing a narrative upon clips. But you're so hell-bent upon all of these times and things, but even the video footage doesn't support truly your narrative. Because you got to pick which one. You got to pick the left or you got to pick the right. And then some of this video footage even have a time that is bigger than what was ingrained in the actual surveillance video footage. And you guys are going by that as well. And so there you have it, peoples. You cannot develop a timeline with the surveillance video footage. Let me say that again. I know it's going to hurt some of you. You cannot develop a timeline with the surveillance video footage, because if they edited the surveillance video footage, which they did, it's no possible way that you can differentiate whether this happened on the 8th, the 7th, the 6th, or the 9th, or less alone the 10th. You can't differentiate it, peoples, because the timeline on the surveillance video footage is not reliable. So now you ask the question, Edward Joseph, how do we get a timeline? Well, I'm glad that you asked. Because see, peoples, and let me share my screen. And I'm gonna get back to this video, but let me share my screen, peoples. And let me share this right here, peoples. I'm going to share this with you. I know I'm jumping around a little bit and stuff, and I kind of got off kilter a little bit, but that's okay, because everything I'm showing is building up and leading up to what I'm going to show you, peoples. And so I wanted to show you this because I have to show you this, because this is all encompassed in that of what I am trying to convey to each and every one of you. And so when you try to tell me that you can differentiate the surveillance video footage and you can stand by what the surveillance video footage says, I say bullshit and nonsense. You're only fooling yourself. You ain't fooling me. You only fooling yourself, because it is no possible way, peoples, with all of this stuff given, that you can be able to pinpoint with accuracy that of what was stated. You can't. So now, let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen. And let me share this with you, peoples, and let you hear this, peoples. Because see, this is what all police departments use, peoples. All police departments use. And it is embedded in a system that everybody uses, and it has a time stamp on it. And all you have to do is just go back and refer to the timestamp that all of these things had happened. What are you talking about, Edward? Well, the dispatch conversations that TM and the dispatch had said, the 911 call, you know, the calls that was on that the police had did at the establishment and things. Anytime that you have the government official, which is the Rosemont Public Safety Department and stuff, anytime that they spoken in whatnot peoples, all of that is imported in a system called CAD. And that is actual, factual, and true transmission that cannot be changed, peoples. It cannot be changed. Videos can be changed and stuff, but that cannot be changed. So whatever it has been transmitted and stated, that's law. And they can't change that. No matter how hard they try, they can't change it, peoples. So that's why a lot of the times the police officers, you know, they try to go to a different channel, but every channel has a timestamp on it. And every conversation is recorded, peoples. And this is why they have the body worn cameras now, because they don't want their transmission to be recorded and to be used in a court of law. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And that is how you can be able to get a timeline as to when and what has happened based upon the recordings of what the people had. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? Okay, so it's a couple of videos that I want to show you, people. So sit back and relax, because I know I'm all over the place, but that's okay, because everything that I'm showing you, peoples, it has a significance in that of what I'm trying to convey to you. Do you understand what I'm saying? So let's sit back, let's relax, let's look at a few things here, peoples. Let's look at a few things here, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So first of all, I want you guys to listen to this particular part right here of the girl who played Kenneka Jenkins. I know that there is no sound. I got to go back and look at the original video, because when I did this, I think I produced it without the sound. But that's all right. You don't really need the sound in order to see the visual. This is the visual. This is the girl who was in the bathroom with Monifa, who played Kenneka. And there it is, people. Right there in your face. And look how she's doing, people. It's because she's trying to dance like Kenneka. You see that? You see how Kenneka used to dance and stuff? And so she's mimicking Kenneka. That's unequivocal and undeniable proof, peoples, that this is the girl who played Kenneka. And this is the girl who was in the bathroom. Look, she has on the white nails and everything. And has on the same jacket, peoples. See that? And the face compared to the girl that was in the bathroom is undeniable, peoples. There she is right there, peoples. Clear as daylight. The girl who played Kenneka in the bathroom, peoples. And see, Monifa knew the play. Monifa knew the play, peoples. And there she is right there. Clear as daylight. So when Monifa wanted to sit up here and try to play games and stuff, she knew the play. She knew the play. So see, this is the thing, people. See, many YouTubers sit around here and many YouTubers talk so much madness and stuff, but yet they can't prove their stance. I'm always going to come on here and I'm always going to prove to you my stance. I'm always going to prove to you what I say and what I show peoples. Clear as daylight. You know, see, you got so many YouTubers who sit back here and talk so much madness and stuff, but I'm going to show you the proof to the truth. I said, I'm going to show you the proof to the truth. And as you can see, peoples, everybody's got their little plastic water bottles and they're driving and they're drinking and they're vibing. And see, they tried to make it seem like you wouldn't even know. They thought that nobody was going to find this. But look at them, peoples. Look at them. See, look right here. Let me stop this video right here. What does it say? Everyone want to be Kenneka. Everyone want to be Kenneka. You see that right there on the screen, right? There it is. Somebody chimed out and says, everyone wants to be Kenneka. And then Indy Nicole has said, just get off live, G. See, they're not liking what they're doing. See, even the people who went live is telling them, and they're telling them because they understand, they see the play. You see what the person has said, and see, people's when you go live, this is what you see on the live. So you know that Irene and TY did not go live, because if they did go live, they would have this on the screen, peoples. You would have seen this on the screen. They only videotaped themselves, peoples. See, it's a big difference. See, I'm going to show you the real, peoples, and I'm going to tell you the real. I'm going to tell you the real. But it's up to you to figure it out whether or not you want to believe it or not. And whether you believe it or not, it really doesn't matter to me, peoples, because the thing is, you see the proof to the truth. She said, everyone wants to be Kenneka. And then the girl, Indy Nicole, had said, just get off live, G. There you see them. You see them right there, peoples. All right, let's look in, peoples. Let's go. See, now it gets out the car, peoples. And she's over there twerking and things. And see, if see, they're saying put Nifa back. That's that shit. That's that West Side shit. Now look at Monifa trying to play like Kenneka with the cap on and stuff. Y'all see that, right? All you gotta do is just read the comments, peoples, because it's all in the comments and stuff. Now look at Monifa. You see how Monifa tried to play Kenneka? Do you see that, peoples? How Monifa tried to play Kenneka? Look how she had her hair. Now, okay, we're gonna fast forward this right quick. Now let's see how she had the cap reverted backwards. Now look, she take it off. Now look how she's trying to look like Kenneka. Bingo, right there. See that? Look at that. That's how Kenneka wears her hair and things. Y'all see that, right? See that? That's how Kenneka wears her hair, with the part in the center and the hair down to the side like that. Bingo to the bingo. Look at Monifa, peoples. Now, let's go ahead and let's revert this video all the way back, and then we're going to go back to the beginning right here. And boom, look at that. Look at that, peoples. Look at that. Look at the lips. Look at the face. And look how her eyebrow curves just like this right here. It curves. You see that, right? Look at the nose. It's long and slender. Look at the nose. It's long and slender. Look at the eye on the other side. Stark contrast, peoples. That's the girl who played Kenneka in Irene's Live. You can't tell me that this is not the girl, because she's wearing her hair just as she wore it in the Live, peoples. Bingo to the bingo right there. Look at the face. Look at the structure of the eyes, and look how it goes around from the nose all the way up around the eye, and then it tapers out. Look at that, peoples. It's no question. So you already see that this is not Kenneka. So for all of you stupid people who sat here and told me that that's Kenneka in the bathroom with Monifa, well, I call you stupid. You are stupid. You can never debunk Edward Joseph. You are stupid. You're stupid. Because there it is right there, people. They lied. They lied. And peoples, the title of my live is Kenneka Jenkins. It is time for them to tell the truth. Now, what fool is going to get on my live and tell me that that was Kenneka Jenkins? When you clearly see for yourself, peoples, it wasn't Kenneka. It wasn't Kenneka. As you can clearly see for yourself with your own eyes, peoples. Now I see my peoples that came in, so we're going to give a shout out. Hello, Randall Robinson. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you. And today, Randall Robinson has said she looks like she played in a show called Real Housewives of the Projects. Well, she played Kenneka Jenkins. She played Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. As you can see, and all of this couldn't happen on the night, peoples. It couldn't. She couldn't be there at the establishment playing Kenneka on the same night as the supposed Kenneka being at the establishment. It never happened, people. All of this stuff again could not happen on a night. Couldn't have happened on the night, because remember what Nancy Grace has said, you only got an hour to an hour and a half. You only got an hour to an hour and a half before all of this stuff was supposed to be played out. So how are you going to fit all of this stuff within an hour to an hour and a half? Peoples, you can't. You absolutely can't. And that's the bingo to the bingo, peoples. The girl who played Kenneka. There she is right there, peoples. I said, there she is right there. Now, Tidbit said, can you tell who's else in the vehicle? Well, you can tell who's in the vehicle, but I don't know the names of the people. I've heard the people talk about them on another live, so I have to find that live so you can get the actual names to these people, because I haven't tracked that down. But it's only Monifa, this girl, and the guy that was in the car. That was it. It's just only 3 people. So we already know the name of one, and that's Monifa. But the other 2, I don't know this girl's name. But I got the post of her thing, so that wouldn't be too hard to find out. And then the guy, I don't know, but that wouldn't be too hard to find out as well. And so now, peoples, it is leading us to that of what I wanted to show you. But I wanted to show you a few things real quick, people, so you can guys get a sense as to where I'm going with this. I'm only filling in my foundation, peoples. That's it. I'm only showing you what they said. That's it. And so you make the decision as to what you believe. But as when it comes down to this, if you believe anything other than this is the girl who played Kenneka, you stupid. If you really think that this was Kenneka Jenkins inside the bathroom with Monifa, well, then you're stupid. You are literally stupid. And I'm just going to say that. And that goes to every YouTuber and Facebooker that talked about this Kenneka Jenkins case. If you think that this is Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, you are stupid. You are hilarious and nefarious. And I see my peoples that came in. Hello, Miss Walithia Durham. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Ms. Durham has said, hey, Ed and chat, happy Memorial's holiday. And so I am here, I am live, and I am only showing you and building my foundation, peoples. And happy Memorial's Day to you, Ms. Durham, and to all of you peoples on today. I'm telling you, peoples, we're about to get into what I need to show you, because this is going to change everything that you ever thought and heard of in this Kenneka Jenkins case that no other YouTuber and Facebooker has ever shown. But I just needed to show you my foundation, peoples. I had to show you what they said, because it ain't what Edward Joseph said. It is what they said. And if you can't understand what they said, well, then I don't know what to tell you, peoples. But see, thus far, you can't debunk me, because it ain't what I said, it's what they said. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, it's a difference between me giving my narrative and me showing you what they said. And that's what they said. I have yet, peoples, to really break this thing down wholesomely to the degree that I am going to show you. Because what I'm going to show you is going to bust your bubble in a major, major way. And I'm only showing you what they said. All right, so people, so I got a couple more videos that I'm going to show, and then we're going to get into this, peoples. But we have to finish listening to what Nancy Grace had to say, peoples. I said we have to finish what Nancy Grace had to say, peoples. But there's one more video that I wanted to show you, peoples, before I get into what Nancy Grace had to say. So let me call up this video here, peoples. I said, let me call up this video right here, peoples. Let me see here. Where is that video, peoples? I had it in okay. Let's take a look at this, peoples, right here. Let's go. You see Kenneka with her sunglasses on, right? Remember the girl who played Kenneka with the sunglasses on, right? So they wanted to sit here and play games and try to mimic Kenneka. Y'all see that, right? And you see how everybody is dancing the way that Kenneka danced. Kenneka doesn't dance like the average person. All she does is just rock and just do her arms and stuff. You see that, right? You see that, right? Having a miscarriage is nothing to play with. As you can see, Monifa was pregnant. I want another blessed. When it do happen, I'll be so great again. Y'all see that, right? Let's go. Now, one thing I want you guys to notice is how Monifa is looking just like Kenneka. She's fashioning herself just like Kenneka. You guys see that, right? Let me show you. See, look. You see how Kenneka holds her hair and stuff? She's taking her pictures and how she did her stance and things, peoples. Okay, so you see Kenneka, right? And then you see that when Kenneka is taking a selfie of herself, that her attire is reverted backwards, right? You see that? Do you see that? True. That's the shirt that she's wearing. And then look how she wears the half shirt that comes halfway down her stomach. And then look at her waistline. And then look at her calves and her thighs and everything and stuff. And look at her posture, peoples. You see that, right? So I want you guys to take a look at Kenneka Jenkins and the things that she wore and how she stood and stuff. And she was always fly. She was always fitted. She was always dressed to the T. Nothing out of place. And then look, she didn't have the white nails on. As you can see, people. You see that, right? Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Now let's look at the video. Let's go. Now you see Monifa with the half shirt as well that kind of shows her stomach and things. As you can see. You see that, right? Let's go. And then there's the picture that I've used for my avatar. This is the picture right here, as you can see, peoples. Let me show you the picture, peoples. That's the picture that I've used for my avatar. That's Kenneka Jenkins in a cartoon look, as you can see. You see that, right, peoples? So that's the avatar that I've used. It's the picture that I've used for my avatar. And I've been using this avatar for quite some time, for years, peoples, since I've been talking about this Kenneka Jenkins case, peoples. And there it is. And then there's Monifa at Kenneka's house. As you can see. It says, this guy is seen with Kenneka days of Monifa's post was pregnant. And then it says, if I could bring you along my journey, only then would you understand. And so these girls were fast. They got pregnant before they were even 18 years old. And they lost the baby. I said they got pregnant before 18 years old and they both lost their babies, peoples. So when Irene wants to try to paint a picture of her sister as being celibate and not out there and stuff, when they were both, all of them was fast as hell because they had babies before they were even 18. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And so you didn't see TM. You didn't see Lenora in any of these pictures and stuff. Where were they? Peoples. Let's go. Okay, so that was the end of the video, but bingo to the bingo peoples. I said bingo to the bingo peoples. There you have it. And so when the people want to try to paint a rosy picture of these girls being so innocent and things, well, then how could one be so innocent when they're having a baby before 18? I mean, you're still under your mother's care. So my question is, how in God's name could you have a baby before you are at age, peoples. Well, let's take it here, people. So let's see what TM had to say about some things here, peoples.
I ain't one to gossip, but I will bring you the tea. Welcome to Chronicle Speak.
Hey. Hey, live. How y'all doing? Happy New Year's, y'all. I just got a message for y'all. Live life. Don't let life live you. You can't change what happened yesterday, but you can most definitely change what's going to happen today. Life is too short for you all to sit around and worry about if, should've, would've, could've, and all that. It might not be going right for you today, but it's going to be going perfectly fine. Trust and believe. God don't make mistakes. Y'all hear me? God don't make mistakes. My children was my strength. And the devil, I spoke a little bit too loud, and the devil heard me. And he knew what he was doing. But guess what? Through it all, God will not forsake us, nor will he leave us.
And peoples, you remember this saying, right? You remember the saying, right? You remember this because she had spoken the same words with her and her sister on the porch. You remember that, right? Live life and don't let life live you. Well, she's living life, peoples. She's living life. She said, live life and don't let life live you. Well, I'm here to tell you, people, she's living life. And the thing is, peoples, by her living life, well, then all I want to do, TM, is just get some answers to some questions that I had. And it's time now for you and them to tell the truth. I get it, TM. I get it. Live life and don't let life live you. Well, I'm living my life. And the thing is, TM, is simply this. All I want to do is just expose you hilarious and nefarious people for the madness that you've been speaking. Because you've been lying way too long. That's why I made this live, TM. I said, Kenneka Jenkins, it is time for them to tell the truth. So, TM, are you going to sit here? Are you going to tell us the truth? Or are you going to sit here and lie to us? What are you going to do? What is it that you have to say, TM? What is it that you have to say?
He is not a mock God. He would not tell us that he's going to be there and won't. You might not have a job right now. You might not have your significant other or the person that you thought that was there going to be there forever. But guess what? God, you do have. You do have. And I want y'all to go on this new year. Please do this for me. For the ones that love me. If you don't love me, I still love you. It's irrelevant. If you ain't noticed now, you can't break me nor could you make me. God, but God. Know y'all, when y'all low and weary within y'all strength, know that God got y'all. Do not give up. Don't give up. My baby gone. That was my baby girl. And they had the tendency to say, Lord, forgive them, for they know not what they say, nor not what they do. I forgive y'all. And guess what? I still love y'all through the shadows of a doubt.
Because guess what? Man will forsake you, but God will never. For those of you who don't know God, you better learn him. They say, how you so strong? How you so strong? I don't know. But one thing I do know, when they told me my baby was dead, I dropped to my knees. And I told my God, our God, this right here is too heavy for me to carry. God, I need you. I need you. And when I got back up, it was so amazing. It was so amazing. Because I ain't know what I was doing myself. Any real parent know. Now, y'all don't know, because if y'all ain't lost a child, pray to God that y'all don't never have to experience what I experienced. But when you face with them, man and God, when I prayed to God, and God, I told God that this was too much for me to carry. And my God, when I got back up off my knees, I was what we need. Do not give up. Do not take the loser way out. Do not try to do it to yourself, figuring that you're gonna, because they tell me God will forgive y'all for everything except if y'all kill yourself. He'll forgive y'all for everything except if y'all kill yourself. Now, do not only endure for the night, but joy come in the morning. Joy come in the morning. And for those who you don't believe, I ain't trying to make you believe, but know this. If human can make themselves, why they ain't saying so many lies? I love y'all so, so much. And I promise that the God with no cross, I thank y'all. I thank y'all for y'all love and y'all support. I even thank the ones that have their own say so. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they say, know not what they do. I just want to tell y'all, going to the New Year's, forget all what you don't have. Forget all this. Forget all this and thank God for what you got. Life is too short. Your wildest days is your most deadliest days. So praise God each and every day. And know that God got you without a...
Okay, peoples. And so, as you can see, TM never cried. She never cried. I said TM never cried, peoples. She never cried when Kenneka had died, but she cried at this point in time, peoples. Let's watch.
Hey, live. I don't own the rights to this music. I'm talking to the ones that know us and know my family. The newcomers that had met us, or that came within our lives, you know, cross paths or whatever. I just want to tell y'all, the devil is a lie. No matter what. When you're doing the right thing, the devil come at us in all kind of shape, form, and fashion. So I don't own the rights to this music once again. Y'all, I lost my baby sister. Tonight. I lost my baby sister. And I'm just speaking to the people that's going through or not even knowing when somebody go through. When the Bible says slow to anger, I'm thinking I agitated her. Because she was like, her defense was up. And I'm looking like, what I do? And you did nothing. But I'm saying, I'm using my story. It ain't about me. It ain't about me. But I'm telling somebody that can change the situation that they going through. If somebody that you know that's been going through something, and they just all of a sudden just change and be mean or angry towards you, or maybe silence or distance themselves from y'all, I'm asking y'all to have mercy. Have mercy up on them. My sister, ever since the death of my baby, and then we couldn't rejuvenate after that. Then it was my brother, then my other brother. That's not including the friends with them. But it messed her up. She hurt it so bad. She hurt it so bad. And I was with my selfish ways saying, I birthed her. Don't start talking, stop crying. Because I didn't want to cry. But, Shatara, I love you, sister. I love you. My sister dead, y'all. Y'all got loved ones. Be more linguist. Understand more. Have more compassion. Like how the Bible say, be slow to anger. Yeah. I was so stuck in my selfish ways. Oh, if I could live without my daughter, I don't care who get mad at me. Sometimes I made a status. One day I'm gonna learn how to kiss a little peach. You know, y'all know what I'm talking about. Guess what? I learned real fast. It's okay to kiss a little peach with your loved ones. I'm not saying this, I'm telling y'all, and it's been within me to tell y'all, forgive. I don't care if you ain't did nothing but been good. Forgive your loved ones. Forgive while you got the chance. Tomorrow ain't promised to us. It ain't. I am who I am. I ain't trying to be nobody else but me. And I'm trying to help somebody along my way. Because before I entered into this situation, I didn't know what to do and how to do it and how to rotate it. But when I learn, I get up on here, not for no shape, form, and fashion. If y'all ain't noticed that, I don't give about that. I just want to help somebody if I can. I love y'all. Send a prayer out for me. As y'all pray for me, I'm going to pray for y'all.
She cried over her sister, but she never cried over Kenneka. She cried over her sister, but she never cried over her daughter. Well, her supposed daughter, as she says, she birthed her, right? That's what she said, right? She said she birthed her, right? So it's amazing how you can cry over your sister, but you couldn't cry over your supposed daughter, Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. And so, peoples, I think it's time. I said, I think it's time, peoples. I think it's time, peoples, for us to go ahead and reveal Well, people, this is the time right now. This is the time right now for me to go ahead and share my screen. And it's time to go ahead and share this with the people so we can get a greater understanding as to all of this and the lies that these people have told. I said it is time now, peoples, for us to go ahead and reveal that of what I needed to reveal to the people. It is time now, peoples. It is time now to call out these hilarious and nefarious people for the madness that they've been speaking. And so, peoples, to date, I have yet to see anybody share this particular information that I'm about to share, peoples. And you only have heard it here from Edward Joseph. Let's talk live. And so, peoples, let me share my screen. In the Circuit Court of Cook County, Illinois, Illinois County Department Law Division, case number 2018L013273. This is what was filed, peoples. 12/11/2018 at 3:33 p.m. Dorothy Brown Circuit Court, Cook County, Illinois. Case number 2018L013273. The firm number is 62177. Teresa Martin as Special Administrator of the estate of Kenneka, Kenneka Jenkins, deceased. Now, people take special notice as to how her name is spelled, Kenneka, not the Kenneka without the hyphen in it, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? Do you see what I'm saying? So in court documents, they give you the real name spelling of the person, of the deceased. Now, it says Plaintiff versus CPO Hospitality LLC, comma D/B-A, Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare Hotel. Registered agent David M. Friedman, 5005 W, I don't know how to pronounce that, TOUHY, number 200, Skokie, Illinois, 60077. F&F Realty Ltd, registered agent David Friedman, 500 WTOUHY, number 200, Skokie, Illinois, 60077. Capital Security and Investigations, register owner Lester N. Arnold, 115 West Lake Drive, number what? 200. Interesting how everything is what? 200. Do you guys see the play, right? I said, do you guys see the play? Everything is 200. But there are in different parts of Illinois, but everything is 200 peoples. I want you guys to understand that. It's a reason behind that. All right, let's go on, peoples. Glendale Heights, Illinois, 60139. And then it says, and MBC Rosemont, LLC, D/B-A, Murray Brothers Caddyshack. Registered agent, CT Corporation Systems, 208 SO LaSalle Street, Suite 814, Chicago, Illinois, 60604. Oh, it's interesting, peoples, how the Murray Brothers Caddyshack has a office in Chicago, Illinois. Peoples. Bill Murray and Brothers and Sons, the Caddyshack. It says complaint and demand for trial by jury. Now we're going to get into this, peoples. Oh, peoples, we are going to get into this right here. But before we do, peoples, let me go ahead, and I see my peoples came into the house. So let me go ahead and give a shout out to my peoples. Hello, it's Jay. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. It's Jay said, good evening. Hello, Mr. Edward Joseph and chat. All right, peoples, we are here. We are here. And I'm going to have to check on this chicken for a moment. So you guys, I'm going to have to share another video with you real quick. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and finish up with that of what Nancy Grace has said. I'll be back to finish with the live that we are about to get into. The thing that nobody has ever even talked about or has ever even seen. Because, see, y'all thought that TM had locked up the case, and she didn't. I said she didn't, peoples, but we're going to get into it. And we're going to expose the lies that the people have been saying, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So you guys, let's get into this real quick. Let's go ahead and let's play Nancy Grace real quick, finish that up and stuff. And I'll be back because I'm cooking my chicken right now. Got to have some food for my son when he wakes up. See, that's what a father does, provides for this child. All right, people, let's get into this. Let's go.
And when I think about this mom and they find out their daughter's missing and they go to the hotel staff and they beg for help, they kicked them out of the hotel. They got such a runaround. It's very upsetting, Oz.
It's upsetting for a lot of reasons. By the way, this is the autopsy report, right? This is the doctor, what I look at. The medical examiner, Cook County Medical Examiner, well-known office, they stand by their autopsy report. But there are parts of this puzzle that do not add up. There's one really important issue. She was seen on at least 4 hotel cameras.
She was seen at least 4 hotel cameras. And as you guys can see, people, it was only 4 hotel cameras. But see, I surmise to you, people, there was more than just 4 hotel cameras. And see, the thing is, peoples, if you look at the 4 hotel cameras and you look at the timestamps on all 4 hotel cameras, the timestamp is embedded in the video surveillance footage. And it's a little tiny numbers. Do you see that, right? It's ingrained inside the video. It is not big and bulging. It is small. You see that, right? All 4 cameras. And this is what Dr. Oz is pointing out. But see, Dr. Oz said she was only found on 4 cameras. But people, that's not so. Because the original video footage of Kenneka Jenkins, you've never even seen. You never even seen, peoples. This is on the replay. But you never seen the original video footage of Kenneka Jenkins. And I'm going to show you, and I'm going to tell you why, peoples. And I'm getting ready to expose the lies that Crown Plaza and all of the people have done in this particular case. Thank you, Dr. Oz, for showing this. And remember what Dr. Oz said, the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office had stood by their autopsy. But see, the thing is, peoples, the report that was generated by the Rosemont Police Department about Kenneka Larice Jenkins was that she stood at 5'7", 135 pounds. But the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office said that she was 5'6" and 156 pounds. But also surmise to you people is that Kenneka Jenkins never made it to the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office. She never did. She was taken to the Resurrection Hospital in Rosemont, but never made it to the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office in Chicago. Peoples. Kenneka Jenkins never made it. So whoever the girl was that was 5'6" and 156 pounds, it certainly wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. I said it certainly wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. So the one thing that I want you guys to notice in the surveillance video footage, peoples, the timestamp. The timestamp on the top 2 is the same, but the timestamp on the bottom 2 is different from the top 2. Oh my God, peoples. Do you see it? I said, do you see it, peoples? Do you see it, peoples? You can clearly look at it and see how fuzzy the timestamp is on the bottom left and then on the bottom right compared to the top left and the top right. Bingo to the bingo peoples. See, nobody wants to listen to Edward Joseph. Everybody thinks that they know what they effing talking about. But peoples, this is my line of expertise. I've been doing this for over 20 years. I've been filming funeral service for over 20 years. You can't tell me what I don't know. I'm trying to educate your peoples. But if you ever close your mouth and open up your ears and open up your eyes and look and listen and learn something, peoples, I said the time stamps are different. And you heard what Dr. Oz said. She was only found on 4 surveillance video footage. But they were clips. They were clips. You guys hold on for a moment. All right, people, as I told you, I have my chicken fry, and I ain't lying. And so, peoples, let's look at this here, and let's listen to what Dr. Oz had to say, and Nancy Grace had to say, peoples. Remember, he said she was found on 4 clips. Listen to what he said. She was found on 4 clips. So she was only found on 4 clips. What about the other several clips that she was supposed to have been found on? Was it a different girl? Because he didn't say she was found on 6 clips. He didn't say that she was found in the kitchen, walking into the kitchen. He said that she was found on 4 clips. Now, do you see any clips of the girl who he's talking about in the kitchen, peoples? No, you don't see it, do you? No, you don't. So if she was found on 4 clips, well, then who was that was walking in the kitchen? Who? Because it certainly wasn't Kenneka. Bingo to the bingo peoples. I said bingo to the bingo peoples. Let's go.
And there was allegedly a camera right above the freezer that she walked in.
Ooh, that's a big problem.
Now, how can it possibly be? We don't have that footage. It seems like it's the most obvious thing to look at.
Allegedly, there was a camera over the freezer, but we don't have that video footage. And that's the obvious thing to look at. That's what he said, right? That's what he said. But if it's the obvious thing to look at and we don't have that video footage, why isn't it that we don't have all of the video footage, peoples? Because I surmise to you, peoples, that where they said that it wasn't no cameras, the court said that there was cameras. The court said that there was cameras. Well, they said it wasn't cameras. The court told them that there was cameras. And I'm going to prove that to you, peoples. For the first time in the Kenneka Jenkins case, there was cameras. Let's listen in, peoples. Let's go.
The camera that would have been trained on her going in the freezer, who put her in the freezer, doesn't exist. I just find it all very odd. And when something doesn't fit, that means you don't have all the facts. I know that for sure.
So let me put my doctor's hat on for a second and try to unravel the parts of the puzzle that I do think we can put some information around. So the first is, could we have saved this girl's life? Being in the freezer for so long is a problem. And there's no question, she died from hypothermia, right? She could have been out in Siberia. Those refrigerators are at 0 degrees, right? They're freezers. So the normal body temperature, come on over here, your temperature right now, hopefully, unless you got a fever, is 98.6, right? Now, that's where we're supposed to be. Your body will shut down in order to preserve itself as the temperatures begin to fall. It's trying to make sure it doesn't have a problem. So you get between 48 and 56 degrees, it all shuts down. Your breathing, mentation, everything. This is a catastrophe. Walk-in freezers have a temperature. They're required to have a temperature of 0. So 21 hours until she was found dead in the hotel's walk-in freezer. Kenneka's mother, Teresa, and her sister, Lenore, are here. They're opening up exclusively about the day that changed their lives forever. I can only imagine how difficult this is for you. I'm going to show you and everybody an image of your daughter. Okay. It's the last image we had from before she went to that hotel that evening. Beautiful young woman. Very difficult to imagine how you would even cope with this tragedy.
Now, peoples, did you hear what Nancy Grace had said? She said that there is something wrong because these video footage, it doesn't exist. You heard what she said, right? And you heard what Dr. Oz tried to do. He tried to change the subject. He tried to change the subject and try to talk about, oh, well, yeah, this is, let me put on my doctor's hat, and this is what I think happened because we know that she died from hypothermia. Well, that's not what TM had said. TM never said that she died from hypothermia. TM said that she didn't die in a manner to which you guys think. That's what TM said, right? Let's go back a little bit, people. So let's go back and listen to what Nancy Grace had said, because she said that something is wrong here. Let's go back. Nancy, take it away, Mamie.
It seems like it's the most obvious thing to look at.
Because the camera that would have been trained on her going in the freezer, or who put her in the freezer, doesn't exist.
Because the camera that would have shown her going into the freezer, it doesn't exist. So where's the cameras? You saw on the video that I've just shown you, people, that she was supposed to have walked herself in the freezer. Well, if that be the case, where is the camera? Where's the camera? We don't see the camera. Let's listen in, people. Let's go.
I just find it all very odd. And when something doesn't fit, that means you don't have all the facts.
If something doesn't fit, you do not have all the facts. And that's what Edward Joseph have been trying to tell you for the longest time, peoples. If something doesn't fit, if it doesn't make no sense, it's just like what Honesty had said. If it's not adding up, you don't have all of the facts. So you can't sit here and tell Edward Joseph that you got all of the facts when everything that you're saying, it don't fit. And if it don't fit, you don't have all the facts. I didn't say that. Nancy Grace had said it for me. I've been trying to tell you all for the longest time. You can't sit here and give me tidbits, bits and pieces. No pun intended on you, tidbits. But you can't sit here and give me pieces of a puzzle that you can't even solve. Because if you don't have all of the facts, it ain't jiving. It doesn't add up, peoples. I said it doesn't add up. So then, the question is, where's the cameras? People, so I asked the question. I said, where are the cameras? Ms. Durham said, where's the cameras? It makes no sense, peoples. So I surmise to you, peoples, that they lied, because I'm going to show you what the court said, because the court says that there were cameras, but they told you it wasn't cameras. They lied. And as I said, peoples, I said, this is the live. I said, oh my God, Kenneka Jenkins, it is time for them to tell the truth. Peoples, you got to understand they lied. They lied, peoples. Now, where's the cameras?
I know that for sure.
So let me put my doctor's hat on for a second and try to unravel the parts of the puzzle that I do think we can put some information around. So the first is, could we have saved this girl's life? Being in the freezer for so long is a problem. And there's no question, she died from hypothermia, right?
No, that's what you say, Dr. Oz, but that's not what they say. That's what you say. You say that she died for hypothermia, but that's not what they say. But peoples, you guys give me a moment, because I see my peoples come into the chat. Hello, Carly Henry. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. And so, peoples, you can't tell me what you don't know. And I am about to show. You can't tell me, peoples, Because, like Nancy Grace has said, they ain't showing you everything. I said they're not showing you everything, peoples. And so you got to wonder, where's the cameras at? Where's all of these cameras that they supposedly had peoples? Because the courts is going to tell you that they had cameras. Oh, yes, they did. Oh, yes, they did. They had cameras, peoples. But let's listen into what they had to say. Let's go.
But out in Siberia, those refrigerators are at 0 degrees, right? They're freezers. So the normal body temperature, come on over here, your temperature right now, hopefully, unless you've got a fever, is 98.6, right? Now, that's where we're supposed to be. Your body will shut down in order to preserve itself as the temperatures begin to fall. It's trying to make sure it doesn't have a problem. So you get between 48 and 56 degrees, it all shuts down. Your breathing, mentation, everything. This is a catastrophe. Walk-in freezers have a temperature. They're required to have a temperature of 0. So 21 hours until she was found dead in the hotel's walk-in freezer. Kenneka's mother, Teresa, and her sister, Lenore, are here. They're opening up exclusively about the day that changed their lives forever. I can only imagine how difficult this is for you. I'm going to show you and everybody an image of your daughter. Okay. It's the last image we had from before she went to that hotel that evening. Beautiful young woman. Very difficult to imagine how you would even cope with this tragedy. How have you been holding it together?
Well, I haven't.
You haven't?
I haven't.
Lenore, you're the big sister.
Yes.
There's all this gossip out there. Whenever there's a public event, that's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want people to know about who your sister really was?
She was a great person. She was my backbone. She was my best friend. She was the reason why I had so much strength that I had from her and my mom.
So can I ask you about that day?
Yes.
Now, the question is, peoples, why are they sitting here and showing baby pictures of Kenneka? Why are they showing baby pictures of Kenneka? And I'll tell you why. It's to garner sympathy from the crowd. Because Kenneka didn't look like that when she died. They're showing baby pictures of her. They wanted to show the innocence of her, peoples. Because people get more attached to a picture of innocence more than a picture of when she was older. They have a different perspective of her. So they wanted to show the innocence of Kenneka. And that's why they showed the baby pictures. Now, it's getting ready to get juicy, people. So let's listen in. Let's go.
When did you guys first find out that Kenneka was missing?
Okay, I was laying in the bed. I get a call at 4:34, which would be September the 9th.
So in the morning?
In the morning.
She get a call at 4:34 in the morning on September the 9th. But according to Custom Design, Shemaya was supposed to be at home with her mom. At 4:15, she calls the Rosemont Police Department. At 4:30, she's supposed to be at the Rosemont Police Department. But according to TM, at 4:30 in the morning, she gets a call from the kids. So which is it, peoples? How could Shemaya and her mom be at the Rosemont Police Department and TM says she get a call from the kids at 4:30 in the morning? Something doesn't add up. It doesn't add up, peoples. I said something doesn't add up, peoples. So help me to make that make sense. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. How did she get a phone call at 4:30 in the morning and Shemaya was supposed to be at the police department at 4:30 in the morning. Doesn't add up.
So you're automatically a little concerned because you're getting called at 4 in the morning. Most parents are. So, Dad, I don't like getting calls at 4 in the morning.
Yes.
And what did you hear when you opened the phone?
And it was from my daughter's friend.
Now notice how Dr. Oz tried to change it from 4:30 to 4 o'clock in the morning. But whether it was 4:30 or 4 o'clock in the morning, it ain't adding up. Dr. Oz, repeat what she had said. Y'all hold on for a moment.
And I heard she said, Ma, we can't find Kenneka. I said, you can't find Kenneka? I say, wait, please don't leave my baby.
So say one more time. I want to be clear on this. That's right. So you get called at 4 in the morning. And what's going on at the hotel? These girls are looking for their friend, right?
Yeah. And they said the hotel wouldn't give them no help. And as they walked around looking for my sister, they said the hotel told them if they don't leave, they would call the police on them.
They're trying to find a missing person, and
she did not get a call at 4 in the morning, peoples. That's what Dr. Oz said. Dr. Oz is trying to change what she said. She said she got a call at 4:30 in the morning. But Dr. Oz is trying to change it to 4 o'clock in the morning, peoples. So it ain't adding up. You see how Dr. Oz is trying to change the narrative.
they're being chased off the premises?
Yes.
So then what did you do?
And I went to the hotel myself. And when I went up to the hotel, I had my daughter's picture in my phone. And I went to the front desk and I asked the manager there, I said, my daughter friends woke me up and told me that my daughter, they lost her in this hotel. I said, kids, someone please look at the security cameras to see if they see my daughter. And she told me no. She stated to me that that was police matters.
They couldn't even look themselves at the cameras?
I asked them, could they look themselves? The hotel itself, Crown Plaza. And she stated to me no.
So when the hotel said they wouldn't look at the surveillance footage and you couldn't find your daughter anywhere in the hotel, you do what any mom would do. You call 911. So if it's okay, everybody, I want you all to hear this 911 call. Let's just play a portion.
Again, she's only been gone for a couple hours. She could be somewhere with one of her friends, or again, it is only a couple hours since you hadn't seen her, correct? Or since her friend supposedly hadn't seen her?
Correct. Let's say about 3 to 4 hours now.
Are you looking to file a missing persons report then?
I just want to know, is it possible they can look at the cameras and see, because they send the police out here and ask them to look at the cameras and see if they've seen her on their cameras around that time?
Even if I did send an officer, it would take a little bit for us to get the camera footage and for us to pass it on to the detectives division.
Okay. So what would you suggest?
Well, again, the only thing I would suggest maybe just give her a couple hours. Or she could have went somewhere with one of her other friends, and who knows what her friends are saying is true, you know what I mean?
What do you guys think? Are you kidding me? As a physician, as a doctor, as a dad, it just makes me angry, frustrated. You're barely sitting there.
I've never heard a 911 dispatch say, oh, don't worry about it, it's fine. I've never heard of that. Maybe her friends are lying. I've never heard that in my life.
Wait a couple hours. It's the absolute wrong thing to do.
And the time is ticking for her body temperature going down.
Freezing to death is one scenario, which we're going to get to, but whatever's going on, carjacking, kidnapping, time is not your friend here.
Exactly.
At what point did the police finally say, this is a problem? This young woman's been missing.
When we went, they didn't. They came to arrest us. That's how the police came.
Came to arrest you?
Yes.
To arrest you?
Yeah.
For what?
And this was like 6:30 in the evening.
Why would they arrest you?
Because Lenore now and the rest of the family member, They go upstairs. One of the kids pulled this fire drill, figuring by them pulling the fire drill, you know, everybody will run out. But they didn't, and they was knocking on doors and all them had their phones, and they was like, you know, with Kenneka picture, asking them, did y'all see her? Did y'all see her? Because we figuring she's got to be in this hotel somewhere.
So the police came because you were going through the hotel?
They came to arrest us. We K9s.
So did they arrest you?
No,
They asked me what was going on. They had no clue that a young girl even came up missing.
This is 20 hours later. They still didn't know there was a missing woman?
They have no clue, and the manager was acting clueless. They said they didn't even see her entering the hotel.
So how did they find the body? Who found that she was dead?
Well, the detectives told me that they found her, but when I heard it on the news and read the newspaper, I heard an employee found her. But if you would have saw her in that state, the first thing would have came to my mind, something happened to her.
Now, as you can see, peoples, they said that a detective had found her, but then they changed it to an employee found her. So which is it, peoples? Which is it? Did a detective find her? And if a detective found her, well, then you know what the detective had to do. But why did they change it? And did the detective say that she was found in the rear in the dock area? Because that's what was stated in the beginning. But you see, people, you see how the narrative is changing and how everything is changing, because TM had just told you a detective was supposed to have found her, but then they changed it to an employee finding her. But then the question is, why did TM tell us that there was an employee back there with her for 2 hours? See, all of these lies and stuff, people, they can't even get it together. As Jenna to you had said, the time was off, but they placed themselves in the hotel room. Peoples, you can't tell me that I'm lying when you're hearing what they're saying and all of these different lies that is being spewed. Several times, Dr. Oz changed it to the 4 o'clock hour. But TM came on and said, no, it wasn't the 4 o'clock hour. They called me at 4:30. Dr. Oz, now you got a TV show. You can't recount what she said. And then TM ain't said nothing to try to correct them.
Like someone did something to her?
Yes, like someone did something to her. Now, they told us they didn't see nothing, no foul play, no faulty play, or whatever.
Are you angry that you were ignored?
Yes, I'm one. Yes, I'm angry. I'm hurt more so.
All right, up next, we have even more questions. The shocking autopsy details, they stopped me dead in my tracks. Stay with us. You asked about the alleged surveillance camera. You mentioned there was one above the freezer.
Yes.
Theoretically would have seen her walking in or someone dragging her in.
Yes.
Right, whatever needed, because that's a big question. How do you get a big, heavy door open?
Yes.
Right? And here's what the state. I wasn't there, but they were. And they say there is one motion-censored still camera inside the kitchen that points in the area of the freezer, but does not show the door of the freezer. So they couldn't actually see the door itself. We followed up with the Crown Plaza Hotel itself, where Kenneka's body was found, and their spokesman stated that no video shows her entering the freezer because we never had a camera there. So Larry, how do you respond to that?
I went to the Crown Plaza and I did a walkthrough of the area. They had some 46 or so cameras there, and there were cameras that should have captured her progressing, apparently, according to them, toward this kitchen that did not capture her, and they claimed they weren't working.
Nancy, what happened here? This is.
You know, Dr. Oz, when I think about them trying to go door to door, showing the picture, then running to the next door and showing the picture, as the minutes passed and her body temperature went down, 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 down. Why was she told no? Why don't I see things in the autopsy like fingernail scrapings? Was there DNA under her fingernails? We'll never know. We'll never know now. Why were there's one thing after the next that went wrong? And when I think about what this mother has been through, and you know what I noticed about her? She'll get upset and she tries to be real calm. Why? Why were you trying so hard to stay calm?
Because I know. Well, to get my daughter, because I knew something was going on with her.
Because she knows. Because she knows. She was telling the truth. Because she knows. You heard what she said, right? Because she knows. Let's listen to this again, peoples. No video shows her entering the freezer because we never had a camera there.
Never had a camera there. So Larry, how do you respond to that?
I went to the Crown Plaza and I did a walkthrough of the area. They had some 46 or so cameras there, and there were cameras that should have captured her progressing, apparently, according to them, toward this kitchen that did not capture her, and they claimed they weren't working.
Nancy, what happened here? This is
You know,
bizarre.
Dr. Oz, when I think about them trying to go door to door, showing the picture, then running to the next door and showing the picture as the minutes passed and her body temperature went down, 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 down. Why was she told no? Why don't I see things in the autopsy like fingernail scrapings? Was there DNA under her fingernails? We'll never know. We'll never know now. Why were there's one thing after the next that went wrong? And when I think about what this mother has been through, and you know what I noticed about her? She'll get upset and she tries to be real calm. Why? Why were you trying so hard to stay calm?
Because I know. Well, to get my daughter, because I knew something was going on with her. I needed help. That's it.
From the day she called me, she asked for help, and she went to the front counter of that hotel asking for help, and it was all ignored.
They would not have dismissed you,
No,
Dr. Oz, but she knew that if she went in there upset with her voice raised, they'd kick her out. They wouldn't have done that to you.
No,
I'm
they
just
wouldn't.
telling you.
They wouldn't have. And I know they wouldn't have.
We gotta change this. I wasn't there, but they were. And they say there is one motion-censored still camera inside the kitchen that points in the area of the freezer, but does not show the door of the freezer. So they couldn't actually see the door itself. We followed up with the Crown Plaza Hotel itself, where Kenneka's body was found, and their spokesman stated that no video shows her entering the freezer because we never had a camera there. So Larry, how do you respond to that?
I went to the Crown Plaza and I did a walkthrough of the area. They had some 46 or so cameras there, and there were cameras that should have captured her progressing, apparently, according to them, toward this kitchen that did not capture her, and they claimed they weren't working.
Nancy, what happened here? This is
You know,
bizarre.
Dr. Oz, when I think about them trying to go door to door, showing the picture, then running to the next door and showing the picture as the minutes passed and her body temperature went down, 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 down. Why was she told no? Why don't I see things in the autopsy like fingernail scrapings? Was there DNA under her fingernails? We'll never know. We'll never know now. Why were there's one thing after the next that went wrong? And when I think about what this mother has been through, and you know what I noticed about her, she'll get upset and she tries to be real calm. Why? Why were you trying so hard to stay calm?
Because I know. To get my daughter, because I knew something was going on with her. I needed help. That's it.
From the day she called me, she asked for help. And she went to the front counter of that hotel asking for help, and it was all ignored.
They would not have dismissed you,
No,
Dr. Oz, but she knew that if she went in there upset with her voice raised, they'd kick her out. They wouldn't have done that to you.
No,
I'm
they
just
wouldn't.
telling you.
They wouldn't have. And I know they wouldn't have.
We gotta change this. You can't be scared, intimidated when you're searching for your daughter and trying to save her life. That's not the country we live in. I know this is incredibly hard for you, and I hope you find peace. And we will be with you and supporting you all we can. All right, she's the tip of the iceberg.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lorna, for being here.
Thank you.
Sure. We hope we get some answers for you. We'll follow up with the case. We'll be right back.
Because she know. Because she know. See, Nancy Grace is smart. She's a smart cookie, peoples. And you can't pull the wool, you can't pull the wool over her eyes like that and stuff. Nancy Grace is smart. She gets it. She understands. TM thought that she was going to come into there and woo the people and stuff with an old picture of Kenneka and try to garner some sympathy and things, but it didn't work. And she told you. She told you. She had literally told you because she knows. And yes, she knows. And that was the first time. That was the first time that TM has ever told the truth in this whole entire case. She said, because I know. Because I know. All right, people. I'm sitting here trying to make some gravy and stuff. So I got to show another video or something, a little longer video. And I really didn't want to try to go and show another live and things and stuff because we're on the move. I want to get back into this case files and stuff and show you what the courts had said. But I can't do that because I have to be a father as well as doing my live. So I got to balance the two. So what I'm going to have to do is right now, people, so I'm going to have to show something just a little longer to give me enough time to be able to go ahead and finish this meal, because my son, he's going to be waking up and he's going to be hungry. And I don't want him to be hungry, peoples. So I'll be back in probably about 10 minutes or so, but we're going to have to watch a live for at least that long so I can go ahead and finish up. And the chicken is cooked. I just got to cook some rice and some corn and some candy yams. So it's going to require my attention. But I'm a father first before live. Understand that. And I've already spent almost 4 hours with you. But in the meantime, in between time, people, I have to be a father and I have to make sure that a meal is prepared for my son. That's what a father does, peoples. And so, thinking about it, peoples, I fried this chicken. I think I'm going to smother this chicken. I think I'm going to make smothered chicken. So I think I'm going to put this back in there and let it soak in there and, season up a little bit and have some smothered chicken instead of fried chicken. How does that sound, peoples? That sounds pretty good. And then that way it'll give me a little bit of time to do what I need to do. So yeah. Let me do this, peoples. Let me go ahead and drop some water into this pan. I'm gonna put the chicken back in, and I'm gonna smother it. We're gonna have some smothered chicken, and I can always prepare the rice and stuff and things. That would be no problem. But while the chicken is cooking, and be smothering. So y'all give me a moment. Let me try to find something for at least 2 to 3 minutes, and then I'll be back. But Ms. Durham has said TM never reached out for true support because, yes, she knew as well as her attorney, he was definitely not aggressive. Yeah, she knew, peoples. And see, this is the thing, and I'm glad. Thank you, Ms. Durham, because, she knew. And Nancy Grace picked up on that. She picked up on that, and she asked her a direct question, and TM had answered it, but TM had answered it wrong in the manner to which she didn't want to answer, but she answered it right in the manner to which we knew the truth. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? So, although TM did not want to answer it in that way, well, the God in her, as she proclaimed, had made her and compelled her to answer the truth. And see, God didn't have to use a lasso like Wonder Woman. God just put it in her mind and in her heart. You need to reveal the truth. How could you be so calm? Because I know. You never cried over Kenneka, but you cried over your sister. Because you know. And that's the point that I'm trying to make with you all, peoples. All right, peoples. Let me go ahead and share another video real quick. Because TM, no. Let's see what I can show real quick here, peoples. Yeah, okay, we're going to do this. Let's look at the 911 tape, peoples, and let's listen to what the 911 tape says. This will give me enough time to finish up with what I have to do. All right, peoples, let's go.
911, where's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I'm at the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport, and I was calling because my daughter came to to a party here last night, a gathering with her friends, and now her friends, they said that they left on the front of the hotel, and she's not able to be found now. She's 19 years old.
And you said that and you said the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport?
Yes, and they said that when her friends was asking them earlier today, like about 4 o'clock in the morning, because they run the video cameras, they said that they didn't have no cameras. But now I came, and it was a lady, she said that if she heard music, and she asked me that I want to go upstairs, and we went upstairs on the 11th floor, and it was someone came to the room, and she said that she did see my daughter there with a group of girls and a couple of guys.
Okay, now see now you see how the narrative is changing, because she said that it was at 4 o'clock in the morning. But she said on Dr. Oz that it was 4:30 in the morning. But then Dr. Oz turned around and said, no, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. But then Custom Design said, no, it was 4:15 in the morning. And then Custom Design turned around and said, no, it was 4:30 that Shamaya and her mom was at the police station at Rosemont. So peoples, what time was it? What was it, at 4 o'clock, 4:15, or 4:30? Do you see what I'm saying? See, the thing is, peoples, the live, it says Kenneka Jenkins, it's time for them to tell the truth. Well, how could they tell the truth when they're sitting up here lying? And they, peoples, it ain't me. It's them. They're the ones who's giving you all of these different times. You can't tell me that all of these people don't know the time. You can't tell me that they don't know the time, peoples. Why is it that all of these people do not know the time? because we got 4, we got 4:15, we got 4:30, we got 2 o'clock, we got 2:30, we got 3:30. What time was it was? What time was it is? What time it could be? What time? I'm going to have to play Morris Day. What time is it? So you see, peoples, do you see how I am going about this, peoples? They can't even get the time straight. So if they can't get the time straight, how in the hell are you going to tell me what happened in this case when these are the people that was down there and you was never there? And if they can't get the time straight, how the hell are you going to tell me what the time was? You can't. Let's listen in, peoples. Let's go.
But that's all she just saw because she was busy trying to get reception on her phone. They didn't have no camera. But now I came and it was a lady. She said that if she heard music.
They didn't have no camera, but that's a lie, peoples. That's a lie, because they did have cameras. And the courts had told them that they had cameras. That was a bold-faced lie right there, peoples. And see, I'm catching them in their lies because they did have cameras. And I'm going to prove to you that they did have cameras. And this is something that none of the YouTubers has ever did, peoples. Oh, they had cameras. But let's listen in, peoples. We're gonna rewind this back. 911. How can I help you? You can't, for I'm already dead.
Where's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I'm at the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport, and I was calling because my daughter came to a party here last night, a gathering with her friends, and now her friends, they say that they left on the front of the hotel, and she's not able to be found now. She's 19 years old.
And you said that and you said the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport?
Yes, and they said that when her friends was asking them earlier today, like about 4 o'clock in the morning, because they run the video cameras, they said that they didn't have no camera. But now I came and it was a lady. She said that if she heard music, and she asked me that I want to go upstairs, and we went upstairs on the 11th floor, and it was someone came to the room, and she said that she did see my daughter there with a group of girls and a couple of guys.
Kenneka was on the 11th floor, peoples. She didn't say anything about the 9th floor. She said Kenneka was on the 11th floor. So now let me ask the question again, peoples. How did Kenneka Jenkins get out of Irene's life? And when she got out of Irene's life, where was she taken? Because she wasn't taken down to no lower level. Not at the time, peoples. I said not at the time, peoples. Because if the ladies seen Kenneka with a group of girls and a group of guys, well, then that's telling you something. That's telling you that Kenneka was on the 11th floor at one point in time before she was ever down in the lower level in the dock area. So that changes things, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? For what this lady had said, that changes things, peoples. So the question is, peoples, where was Kenneka when she left Irene's life? Let's go.
But that's all she just saw because she was busy trying to get reception on her phone.
All right, well then, you know what? Are you sure you don't mean the Crown Plaza in Rosemont?
Yes, yes, it is. I'm sorry. The Crown Plaza in Rosemont. That's exactly where it's at. I'm
Okay, and
sorry.
no, it's okay. And have you spoke? And you said you spoke with the
Front desk. I'm sitting outside, right in front of the hotel in a parking lot right now.
And they were saying that they haven't seen your daughter since she left, or?
No, it's a different set. It's a different I'm sorry. It's a new shift, and they said that they haven't seen her. Well, of course they wouldn't have seen her, because this is like 3 or 4 in the morning. And I just seen that she was here because I just found the ticket where they entered this hotel. It was at 1:36 p.m. So hold on, this is not her ticket because this was on the 6th. My daughter wasn't here on the 6th.
She found a ticket and she said her daughter had entered into the hotel at 1:36 p.m. Or was it p.m. did she say? Let's rewind that.
She was here because I just found the ticket where they entered this hotel. It was at 1:36 p.m.
1:36 p.m. You guys didn't hear that. But yes, you did. Because she said 1:36 p.m. At 1:36 p.m., peoples, Kenneka was there on the 6th, as I said beforehand. I told you Kenneka came to the establishment on the 6th. Nobody wanted to believe me. But TM told you that Kenneka came to the establishment at 1:36 p.m. on the 6th. Because see, peoples, if you try to say that they was regurgitating tickets from the 6th to the 9th, well, remember, they came in the morning at 1:13 a.m. How are they going to get a ticket at 1:36 p.m. when they came in at 1:13 a.m.? Oh my God, peoples. Boy, you guys ain't listening to Edward Joseph. I said, you guys ain't listening to Edward Joseph. And see, peoples, see, the thing is simply this. You can't tell me, you cannot sit here and tell me, peoples, that there is so many inconsistencies in the narratives of what they're saying, and oh, that just happens. No, peoples, it doesn't just happen. It don't just happen. You stupid if you want to sit here and try to tell me, oh, it just happens. No, it don't just happen, peoples. And see, I'm drawing out all of the inconsistencies that they said. It ain't what I said. It's what they said. And it ain't adding up. It ain't adding up, peoples. That's what they said. Now, I told you Kenneka Jenkins was at the establishment on the 6th. That's what I told you. And remember what I told you. I said Kenneka Jenkins came to the establishment and she met up with Bill Murray's son. I never changed that, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins was at the establishment on the 6th. Kenneka Jenkins was doing just like all of the other girls had did many times before, selling her kitty cat. And she was caught on surveillance video footage with Bill Murray's son at the Crown Plaza Hotel. And I'm going to prove that to you, peoples. Because as I told you before, I got a lot of videos, footage. I got a lot of stuff, and it's time now for me to go ahead and show it to the people. And that's going to be my grand finale right there, peoples. But it's time now to go ahead and really go in hard and heavy up on these peoples. Now, TM lied. The kids, they lied. The establishment, they lied. Everybody lied. They lied, peoples. And I'm going to show you how they lied. because what I'm about to show you is a game changer. Now, you guys can sit here and continue to keep thinking that all of this bullshit and madness happened up on the night, but you can't even prove to me how all of this stuff happened on the night. It's just like what Nancy Grace has said. If you ain't got all the video footage, peoples, then you don't have the full facts. And there was a lot of video footage that they had kept back. And when you want to sit here and try to tell me that all of this video footage that we see is true and correct and stuff, peoples, I've shown you many times over, it's not. You don't even know what days, and you don't really know the times that this stuff was recorded, because it was all edited. It was all edited. And I've been proving that to you forever and a day for all of these many years, peoples. You can't really go by the time on those video surveillance footage because it was all edited, chroma keyed and everything, peoples. Oh, peoples. One of these days, you guys will listen. And when you listen, I pray to God that you learn. Because this was the play. Now, even in the Nancy Grace interview, even in the interview on the record, at the record, on the record station, even in the 911 call, even in the testimony when Lenore was given to the radio station, peoples, all lies. Because even her own attorney had told you the family was there at the time to when Kenneka came up missing, till at the time to when she was found. Now let's listen in, peoples. But before I do that, peoples, let me go ahead, because I see my peoples had came in. So let me go on ahead and give a shout out to, hello, Mr. Homer Green. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mr. Homer Green says, hello, everyone. Hello, Mr. Joseph. And so, peoples, now it's time. It's time. It's time now, peoples. Because now I am letting everything out now. You know? Because you guys can sit around here and play tiddlywinks all you want. But I'm not playing no games no more now. Because I said this is what they said. It ain't what I said. You can't put me into this, peoples, because I'm only laying down my foundation with what they said. It ain't what I said. So let's get that let's get that straight from jump. This is what they said. And as you can see, peoples, all of these different times that they gave, it's just like when Honesty said, it doesn't add up. Now, let's listen in, people. Let's go.
When her friends was asking earlier today, like about 4 o'clock in the morning, because they run the video cameras, they said that they didn't have no cameras. But now I came and it was a lady. She said that if she heard music, and she asked me that I want to go upstairs, and we went upstairs on the 11th floor, and it was someone came to the room, and she said that she did see my daughter there with a group of girls and a couple of guys, but that's all she just saw because she was busy trying to get reception on her phone.
All right, well then, you know what? Are you sure you don't mean the Crown Plaza in Rosemont?
Now, peoples, TM was supposed to have taken a baby picture of Kenneka to the establishment. Did you ever see TM showing baby pictures of Kenneka to the people at the hotel? And why is it that just all of a sudden, out the blue, this lady just happens to be down there when TM had came? And the lady said that she saw her daughter on the 11th floor. But how could the lady recognize Kenneka from a baby picture? I mean, was she so attentive, peoples? Did she have a room on the 11th floor? She just happens, out of all of the people in the establishment, this lady happens to be down there at the time to when TM came into the establishment. And she said, oh, well, since you ain't getting no help from the establishment, well, then why don't you come with me? I can show you where the room that she was supposed to have been in, because I seen her with a group of girls and a group of guys. So at what time? What time did this lady was supposed to have seen Kenneka Jenkins with a group of girls and a group of guys on the 11th floor? Did she ever give a time? See, people, you could give a narrative, but you got to give a time. Did she give a time? See, people, you don't think the way that I do. I said you don't think the way that I do. I am meticulous and I am methodical, peoples. And I question everything. I don't take for face value for what the people say. I analyze it. And I try to make it make sense. So while you sitting around here wanting to try to give me a narrative, well, then I ask a question of you. What time did the lady say that she seen Kenneka on the 11th floor? Did she give a time? And if she gave a time, peoples, where's that video footage? See, it's amazing to me, peoples, how all of these people say they seen Kenneka, but nobody cannot show you any video footage other than this hilarious and nefarious madness that they gave you. Where was Kenneka? That is the question that I have been asking peoples. Can anybody answer the question that Edward Joseph is posing to you? Where was Kenneka?
Yes, the Crown. Yes, it is. I'm sorry. The Crown Plaza in Rosemont. That's exactly where it's at. I'm
Okay.
so sorry.
No, it's okay. And have you spoke? And you said you spoke with the
Front desk. I'm sitting outside, right in front of the hotel in a parking lot right now.
And they were saying that they haven't seen your daughter since she left, or?
No, it's a different set. It's a different I'm sorry. It's a new shift, and they said that they haven't seen her. Well, of course they wouldn't have seen her, because this is like 3 or 4 in the morning. And I just seen that she was here because I just found the ticket where they entered this hotel. It was at 1:36 p.m.
So now it changes from 4 to 4:30 to 3 to 4. You see how Dr. Oz has changed the time. Now TM is changing the time. It was like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So peoples, again, why all of the time changes? Did you just hear what she said? Now I'm going to have somebody, oh, well, she was just making a mistake. No, peoples, that's unacceptable to me. It's unacceptable to me because it is too many times that these people couldn't get the time right. I said it's too many times that the people couldn't get the time right. So don't try to sit here and placate to me and try to make an excuse for this woman and these people. See, this is why you can't come onto the live. And this is why you can't come talk to Edward Joseph, because, see, you with the bullshit and madness. Because you want to sit around here, believe all of this madness, and you want to make excuses for why they are changing the time. But see, me, I'm catching them on all of the lies that they're saying. Kenneka Jenkins, it is time for them to tell the truth. Peoples, it is time for them to tell the truth. When did the young lady supposedly had seen Kenneka on the 11th floor? When? And to M, when was Kenneka missing? Because first you say that the kids called you at 4:30. Then Dr. Oz changed it to 4 o'clock. Now you're on the 911 call and said, oh, it was about 3 to 4. Peoples, when did Kenneka come up missing? When? Because you can't go by the surveillance video footage, because the surveillance video footage is edited. And all they showing you was clips. They didn't show you everything. They only showed you clips. And Dr. Oz said there's only 4 clips, but it was more than 4 clips. Because, see, Dr. Oz had never spoke up on the young lady walking into the kitchen. No, he didn't. I said, no, he didn't. And there was a reason behind that, peoples. Why didn't Dr. Oz speak up on the young lady walking herself in the kitchen? Because Dr. Oz knew that it wasn't Kenneka.
On this part, her because this is right now.
And they were saying that they haven't seen your daughter since she left, or
No, it's a different set. It's a different it's a new shift, and they said that they haven't seen her. Well, of course they wouldn't have seen her, because this is like 3 or 4 in the morning. And I just seen that she was here because I just found the ticket where they entered this hotel. It was.
So she said that they haven't seen her. So when did she speak to the new crew? Because the new crew came about what, 3 o'clock, right? I said the new crew came about 3 o'clock, and she said that they haven't seen her. But of course they haven't seen her, because I found the ticket and it was dated the 6th. But wait a minute, my daughter wasn't here on the 6th. But wait a minute, TM, you were supposed to have got a call at 4:34. But you're at the Crown Plaza in the parking lot at about the 3 o'clock hour. Because you said that you spoke to the people with the shift change. But how could you speak to the people with the shift change when Kenneka wasn't even reported missing yet to you? Oh my God, peoples! Oh my God, peoples, you're not listening to me. Did you hear what I just said, peoples? You are not listening to me. TM said that they said that they did not see her daughter, and it was at the 3 o'clock hour. But she said that she got a phone call at the 4:30 hour. But Dr. Oz said that they were there at the 4 o'clock hour. But TM said that she got a phone call at 4:34. But then she changed it. And then on a 911 call, she changed it to about 3 or 4. But wait a minute. It was different up on when she was on the Dr. Oz show. It was different when Lenore had spoke to the reporters in front of Crown Plaza. It was different, peoples, on the 911 call. So see, the thing is, peoples, TM can't even establish when, but we catching her in all of her lies. Because if it was at the 4:30, 4 o'clock hour, Shamaya could not have been at the Rosemont Police Department giving a testimony about Kenneka missing. Because according to you, TM, they were still supposed to be at the Crown Plaza. According to Custom Design, at 4:15, Shamaya is at home calling her mom. At 4:30, they were supposed to be at the Rosemont Police Station. But that can't be true, Custom Design, because according to the video surveillance footage, and according to TM, they're still down at the Crown Plaza. So peoples, again, I ask, when in God's name did Kenneka come up missing? See, ain't nobody breaking it down like this, Randall Robinson. Miss Durham, nobody is breaking it down like I am. Not even Trey Gay ain't breaking it down like I am. Because they're so anxious to get a narrative out there for the people to listen to, but what are they listening to? They're not breaking it down like Edward Joseph. Oh my God. Ms. Durham said the reason TM kept changing times, her story, etc., was because she was in cahoots with the establishment. That is mega. That is what I am trying to tell the people, Ms. Durham. But nobody wanted to listen to me. I said nobody wanted to listen to me. But you're listening now. I said you're listening now. Nobody wanted to listen to me, but you're listening now. And so it doesn't matter what you say now, peoples. You know, you can say anything about this case and stuff, but it don't make no difference to me because see, I've already given the proof to the truth. And I've already shown you how they all lied. They all lied, peoples. And I didn't say it. They did. I've only shown you what they said. Did you hear what I said, peoples? I've only shown you what they said. So how could TM know Kenneka was missing before she was missing? Well, she told you the truth on the Dr. Oz show. She said, because I know. All peoples, you wait until I put this together. I'm going to splice this video up and I'm going to make it short and I'm going to blast it on TikTok, YouTube, and everything. Because see, the thing is this, peoples. How did TM know that Kenneka was missing before she was missing?
That 136. That it's a different it's a new shift, and they said that they haven't seen it. Well, of course they wouldn't have seen it.
And they said they haven't seen her, but of course they wouldn't have seen her. And they said, that's what she said. And they said, so TM, when did you have time to talk to the shift? Who did you talk to before you came out to make a 911 call? Was it Risco? Was it the people at the front desk? Where is the video footage that you talked to the people? How did you know Kenneka came up missing before she came up missing? Who called you? How did you get down there to the establishment so fast? TM. How? How did you know Kenneka was missing before she was officially missing? Because, peoples, Kenneka wasn't there on the 9th. She died on the 7th, but was there on the 6th. Just as she said, peoples. Just as she said.
Because this is like 3 or 4 in the morning, Cena. Because this is like 3 or 4 in the morning.
3 or 4 in the morning. So even if it was 3 in the morning, Kenneka didn't get off the elevator just yet, right? According to the video footage, according to all of these YouTubers. Because it was at 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, according to the surveillance video footage, she didn't come up on the elevator until about 3:30, right? So again, how could Kenneka come up missing before she come up missing? And if it was at 3 o'clock in the morning, well, then that means TM had to know that Kenneka was coming up missing to get down to the establishment, to be in the parking lot, to know that she was going to be missing. Oh, peoples, you not listening to me. You not listening to me. And Trey Gay couldn't even pull the rabbit out of the hat. Peoples, I said tricks are for kids. Stop trying to eat adult cereal when you're on tricks. And Ms. Durham has said, remember, TM supposedly had breast surgery. How she get there so fast like Speedy Gonzalez when she was supposed to have had breast surgery? Because she never did. Oh my God, people, see. Father God, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because when the hilarious and the Ferris wants to come up in here and try to debunk Edward Joseph, you've always come and you've always speak and you're always on time. You've always put this unction in my spirit and you always give me eagle eyes. You let me see what the people cannot see. You let me know what the people don't know. You let me speak what the people can't even utter. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Because when the hilarious and the Ferris wants to call Edward Joseph crazy, I call them stupid. And this is why, Mr. Ham, they can never come to my live and say anything because I catch them in all of their lies. Again, TM was supposed to have breast surgery. How did she have breast surgery and be at the establishment so fast? Because like Honesty had said, simply put, she's a liar. And peoples, this is what I said. Oh my God. Oh, Father God. Kenneka Jenkins, it is time for them to tell the truth. It's time. It is time for them to tell the truth. Too long, peoples. Too long. How they've been sitting around here for all of these years lying. It's the reason why the Lord gave me this. It says, Kenneka Jenkins, it is time for them to tell the truth. And it's just like what Honesty had said. Because she knew. Nancy Grace has said, how could you keep your composure? How could you keep it all together? I'm sitting back looking at you. It's strange to me. And then TM said, because I know. People, you guys wait till I put this short together. Boy, this is going to be explosive. I said it's going to be explosive, peoples. But let's listen in, peoples. Let's listen in to what TM had to say. Let's go.
And I just seen that she was here because I just found the ticket where they entered this hotel. It was at 1:36 p.m.
All right, well then, you know what? Are you sure you don't mean the Crown Plaza in Rosemont?
Yes, the Crown. Yes, it is. I'm sorry, the Crown Plaza in Rosemont. That's exactly where it's at. I'm
Okay,
so sorry.
No, it's okay. And have you spoke? And you said you spoke with the
Front desk. I'm sitting outside, right in front of the hotel in a parking lot right now.
And they were saying that they haven't seen your daughter since she left, or?
No, it's a different set. It's a different I'm sorry, it's a new shift, and they said that they haven't seen her. Well, of course they wouldn't have seen her because this is like 3 or 4 in the morning.
He had asked her, and they said they haven't seen your daughter. He had asked her, and they said they haven't seen your daughter. No, they haven't seen her because it's a different set. And they said, let's listen to that, peoples. This is what she said.
You know what? Are you sure you don't mean the Crown Plaza in Rosemont?
Yes, the Crown. Yes, it is. I'm sorry, the Crown Plaza in Rosemont. That's exactly where it's at. I'm
Okay,
so sorry.
No, it's okay. And have you spoke? And you said you spoke with the
Front desk. I'm sitting outside, right in front of the hotel in a parking lot right now.
And she spoke to the front desk, and she's sitting out in the parking lot. So where's the video that TM came in at 3 o'clock in the morning speaking to the front desk and knowing that she had spoken to them before Kenneka was ever deemed missing? Even if it was at 4 o'clock in the morning. She said that they had called her at 4:34 in the morning, but she's sitting in the parking lot. So peoples, let's understand this. She had to have time to go into the establishment to speak to the people at the front desk. But at the time, Kenneka wasn't deemed missing yet because she didn't have a call yet. Because remember, she had to take time to get herself together and then make it down to the establishment. But she said all of that in the live right now, people's in the 911 call. But yet she's telling everybody that she's in the parking lot and I'm down here and I've already spoken to the people before Kenneka came up missing. So where's the video footage that she spoke to the people before Kenneka came up missing? Where's the video footage of TM speaking to anybody at the front desk at 3 o'clock in the morning? Yeah, she was there, peoples. Remember what I told you? I said she was there in TY's live. She was there in TY's live. She was there all the time. She was there. She didn't think that we was going to catch her on video footage, but we caught her on video footage, people, because she was there in TY's live. Watch the live that I played during last night. And you will see she was there. She was there, peoples. She was there. Showing up, she was. She was there, peoples. And she was there before Kenneka was ever deemed missing. Let's go, peoples. Let's go.
And they were saying that they haven't seen your daughter since she left, or?
No, it's a different set. It's a different I'm sorry, it's a new shift, and they said that they haven't seen her. Well, of course they wouldn't have seen her.
And they said I told you, peoples, I was only going to go by what they said, right? I was only going to go by what they said. And she said, and they said. So you can't blame me for saying anything because TM said, and they said. So Edward Joseph didn't say that. TM didn't say, and Edward Joseph said. TM said, and they said. They. And they said, and I told you, peoples, this time around, I'm only going to go by what they said. And that's what TM said. And they said. And they said before Kenneka ever came up missing, or at least reported missing, because that's what they said. She said, and they said. And that's what they said. But that's what TM said. Let's go, peoples. Let's go.
Because this is like 3 or 4 in the morning. And I just seen that she was here because I just found the ticket where they entered this hotel. It was at 1:36 p.m. So hold on, this is not her ticket because this is on the 6th. My daughter wasn't here on the 6th.
Okay, and real quick, I'm just going to see if maybe I'm going to see if maybe she was here at all. What's your daughter's name?
Her name is Kenneka Jenkins.
All right, can you spell her?
The room wasn't registering her name. She came with some friends here.
And I just want to verify. I'm about to say I actually just came in myself. Probably been on shift for about 45 minutes, so I just want to make sure that maybe she didn't get arrested and sent on her. You know what I mean? I just want to double check everything. But
thank you.
You're very welcome. But it doesn't look like we had any run-ins with her last night at all. Do you think it's possible maybe she went to one of her friends' houses, or she's probably?
No, actually, because she had my car. She was driving my car. I don't like nobody to drive my car because my insurance will not pay for nobody, no one besides her. And her friends kept calling my phone. I told them to stay out here. They stayed out here, but they called me like about 3-something in the morning. I was laying in bed. I just had breast surgery. I fought breast cancer, so.
They called me at 3-something in the morning, and I just had breast surgery. But she just told you, peoples, that she was already down there before Kenneka had came up missing. Because she already told you earlier that she was already down there. And she met up with this lady, and they needed to go to the 11th floor because the lady had saw her daughter on the 11th floor with a group of girls and a group of guys. So now you see the lies, peoples. TM is saying that they caught her at 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, that's still well before the supposed Kenneka came up missing. But yet she said that they caught her at 4:34. So when the YouTubers want to sit up here and say, oh, well, she was just nervous and stuff. No, people, you don't make mistakes like that. No, you don't. You got Customs Design and T-Slay saying that Shemaya is calling her mom at 4:15 in the morning. And at 4:30, they're at the police station. You got TM saying that the girls called her at 3 o'clock in the morning. And then she's out in the parking lot making a 911 call. Well before Kenneka was ever supposed to have came up missing. You got the surveillance video footage saying that Kenneka got out the elevator at 3:30. Well, if she got out the elevator at 3:30, well, then at some point in time, she would have connected with the kids in the hallway, right? Because if Kenneka got off the elevator at 3:30, And then the kids is out in the hallway looking for Kenneka. But then how could that be? What was they doing between 1:30 and 3:30? Was they still up there crunking? Was they still up there partying? Was they still up there drinking? Or were they in the hallway looking for Kenneka? It doesn't make no sense, people. It doesn't add up. It absolutely doesn't add up. Now she's telling you she has breast cancer, and the kids called her at 3 o'clock in the morning. But yet she's in the parking lot making 911 call. She's there quite early, peoples. She's speaking to the people, and the people getting off at 3. The people getting off at 3, but yet she's getting a call at 3. She's up in there looking for Kenneka, saying, oh, well, my daughter is missing at 3, but yet she was supposed to get a call at 3. But then turn around, it was 4:34 in the morning. See, people's Trey Gay didn't tell you this. Edward Joseph did. All of the other YouTubers didn't tell you this. Edward Joseph did. And so when these YouTubers wants to come up here and try to tell me and give me a narrative about Kenneka Jenkins, you know what I'm going to say? I'm just going to tell them, you stupid. You stupid. That's it. That's all I'm going to say. You stupid. I don't want to hear nothing you have to say. You stupid. I don't want to hear nothing. You stupid. Because TM has already proven herself to be a liar. Already. Clear as daylight. Because she said on Dr. Oz, I know. Yeah, she did know. And I'll prove to you that she know. It ain't nothing you can tell me, peoples. It ain't nothing you can say to me. Because she's a liar. And see, peoples, the thing is simply this right here, peoples. Think is simply this. This is what I had did, peoples. Let me go back and let me share my screen right quick here, peoples. I said, let me share my screen. This is what I did. Let me go back here, peoples. This is what I did. I made it live, and I made it live, and I asked the question, peoples. Made it live, and I asked the question, peoples. And I said, Kenneka Jenkins, Teresa Martin is innocent. That's the live that I did. And you guys, if you haven't watched it, you need to go watch it because this is a damn good live. It says, Kenneka Jenkins, Teresa Martin is innocent. And I got 212 views off that live, peoples. 212 views off that live. That's good for a channel like mine. I may not have gotten thousands and stuff, but that's okay. Anything over 100 is good for me. I said anything over 100 is good for me. And then I made another live, peoples, after that, and I said, Kenneka Jenkins, you are not Kenneka Martin. And I got 232 views off that live, peoples. Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed, peoples. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And then I made another live and I said, Kenneka Jenkins, in her hand. Why did they lie? And I got 167 views off that live, peoples. And now, here we are, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins, it's time for them to tell the truth. And the people is in, and they're watching this live right now as I speak, peoples. And so that's what we are, peoples. That's what we are. And so let's listen to this here, peoples. Let's listen into this, peoples. Let's go.
I'm, sedated off medication early, and they telling me she out here. So once I rejuvenated, strengthened myself enough to get up and drive out here to look for her. Once they brought me my car, I came right out here, and I came to the hotel, and I showed them a picture of her, and I asked them if they see it, and there was a lady in the lobby, and she heard me asking the front.
Wait a minute. So she had to rejuvenate, and she had to take some time to get up. And then once they brought me my car, I came out there. So okay. So when did they bring her car? I said, when did they bring her car? Oh my God, people, you not listening to me. Boy, I'm busting this woman all up and down, and you still not listening to me. When did they bring TM her car? Because remember, they were supposed to have had her car, right? And so if they were supposed to have her car, when did they bring her car? And if they brought her car, that means that they had to leave early to bring her down there. That means she had to have known well before Kenneka came up missing. So was it Bree that went and picked up TM and brought her down to the establishment? Because Bree was the one who had the keys, and Bree was the one who kept leaving. So did Bree go and pick up TM? Or was TM already down there? Oh my God, peoples, boy, looky here. You guys can't even answer that. She said they had brought me my car. That's what she said. So then my question is simply this. When did they bring her car? Can anybody answer that? When did they bring TM her car? Boy, people, see, this is why I say this is why the YouTubers ain't coming in, because they don't want to challenge Edward Joseph, because they can't even challenge me, people. They don't have nothing to say because they can't break it down the way that I do. They can't. They're so anxious in giving you a narrative to when they can't even analyze all of this good juicy for themselves. And I'm giving you the juicy, peoples. I'm giving it to you. When did they bring TM her car? You can't even answer that. Let's go.
And she said no, actually, because she had my car. She was driving my car. She know I don't like nobody to drive my car because my insurance will not pay for nobody, no one besides her. And her friends kept calling my phone. I told them to stay out here. They stayed out here, but they called me like about 3-something in the morning. I was laying in bed. I just had breast surgery. I fought breast cancer. So I'm, sedated off medication early, and they telling me she out here. So once I rejuvenated, strengthened myself enough to get up and drive out here to look for her. Once they brought me my car, I came right out here, and I came to the hotel, and I showed them a picture of her, and I asked them if they see it, and there was a lady in the lobby.
Okay, so did you just hear what she said? Let me rewind that, because it's a lot, peoples, and I don't think that you guys are getting it. But I see my peoples came into the house, so let me give a shout out to hello, Mildred Wilkins. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mildred Wilkins says, hello, everyone. Have a blessed day. And blessings we are showering over each and every one of you peoples. You guys be blessed. You guys be blessed, peoples. Let's listen in to what TM had to say, peoples. Let's go.
No, actually, because she had my car. She was driving my car. She know I don't like nobody to drive my car because my insurance will not pay for nobody.
She had her car. She had her car. She had her car. That's what she said, right? She said, Kenneka had my car. And I don't like nobody else to be driving my car. Let's listen in.
No one besides her. And her friends kept calling my phone. I told them to stay out here. They stayed out here, but they called me like about 3-something in the morning. I was laying in bed. I just had breast surgery. I fought deep breast cancer. So I'm, sedated off medication early. And they telling me she out here. So once I rejuvenated, strengthened myself enough to get up and drive out here to look for her. Once they brought me my car, I right out here. And I came to the hotel and I showed them a picture of her and I asked them if they see it. And there was a lady in the lobby and she heard me asking at the front desk and she said it was music. She did hear music.
She keeps referencing out here, meaning that she's already been out here. I had to wait for them to bring me my car, but yet I drove out here and I told them to bring me my car. But she keeps referencing out here, meaning that she's always been out there. Listen to what she said, peoples. Everything that she's saying, she keeps saying out here. She keeps forgetting that she is out there, but she's referencing that she's out there. She keeps saying, well, I had to rejuvenate, and they kept calling me. When did they kept calling her? When did they kept calling her, peoples? Because according to her, they was only supposed to call at 4:34, but they kept calling her. So if they kept calling her, when did they kept calling her? At what time did they kept calling her? Because did they kept calling her before 3 o'clock? Because according to the video footage, Kenneka came up missing at 3:30. But they kept calling her? How many times did they kept calling her? Oh my God, people, you guys are not listening to me. She said they kept calling her. And so my question is, when did they keep calling her? At what time did they keep calling her?
I want to double check everything. But
Thank you.
You're very welcome. But it doesn't look like we had any run-ins with her last night at all. Do you think it's possible maybe she went to one of her friends' houses, or she's probably
No, actually, because she had my car. She was.
It doesn't look like we had any run-ins with her last night. Doesn't look like we had any run-ins with her last night. Okay, so what time was it that TM make the call? Because was it last night? I mean, he's saying last night, but if it was last night, what time was it? Last night. Because supposedly Kenneka was supposed to came up missing in the morning. So what time was it, peoples?
Driving my car. She know I don't like nobody to drive my car because my insurance will not pay for nobody, no one besides her. And her friends kept calling my phone. I told them to stay out here. They stayed out here, but they called me like about 3-something in the morning. I was laying in bed. I just had breast surgery. I fought deep breast cancer. So I'm, sedated off medication.
Her friends kept calling my phone and I told them to stay out here. Her friends kept calling my phone and I told them to stay out here. Her friends kept calling my phone and I told them to stay out here. Well, if they kept calling your phone, why are you telling them to stay out there? Why are you telling them to stay out there and they have your car? How was you going to get down there, TM? You said for them to bring you your car. So why are you telling them to stay out there with your car when you said, bring me my car?
Early, and they telling me,
maybe she didn't get arrested and sent on her. You know what I mean? I just want to double check everything. But
thank you.
You're very welcome. But it doesn't look like we had any run-ins with her last night at all. Do you think it's possible maybe she went to one of her friends' houses, or she's probably?
No, actually, because she had my car. She was driving my car. She know I don't like nobody to drive my car because my insurance will not pay for nobody, no one besides her. And her friends kept calling my phone. I told them to stay out here. They stayed out here, but they called me like about 3-something in the morning. I was laying in bed. I just had breast surgery. I fought deep breast cancer, so I'm, sedated off medication early. And they telling me she out here. So once I rejuvenated, strengthened myself enough to get up and drive out here to look for her. Once they brought me my car, I right out here. And I came to the hotel and I showed them a picture of her and I asked them did they see it. And there was a lady in the lobby and she heard me asking at the front desk and she said it was music. She did hear music. She called the one downstairs to report the room and come to find out it was the people next door. And when we knocked on the door, that person said that she did see my daughter downstairs it was like 4 of them, and it was 4 of them. And she said my daughter, she was with 3 of her friends, but her 3 friends said, which then, these kids won't tell the truth. They said that they went upstairs to get her cell phone. And when they went to get her cell phone, she was standing in the lobby, in the front lobby. And then when they came back down, she wasn't there anymore.
No, I completely understand.
East of Jarva entryway.
The one issue we have, and it's not necessarily that it's an issue, but she is an adult. She is 19 years old, and I mean, as of right now,
she's 19 years old. That's my daughter. She's 19. Her name Kenneka Jenkins, Kenneka.
No, yes. No, I remember that you told me that she was 19. But what I'm saying is that she, again, she's only been gone for a couple hours. She's, I don't know, maybe she's, she could be somewhere with one of her friends or something, because, I mean, it is only a couple hours since you hadn't seen her, correct? Or since her friends supposedly hadn't seen her?
Correct. Let's say about 3 to 4 hours now.
So she was supposed to be missing about 3 to 4 hours. She was supposed to be missing about 3 to 4 hours, but her friends were supposed to have called her multiple times, and they were supposed to call her at 3 o'clock in the morning. But she's supposed to be missing about 3 or 4 hours now. Listen, peoples, my name is Edward Joseph. And I don't care what you people say. This shit doesn't make no sense whatsoever, peoples. Absolutely. Don't make no sense. Now, I'm not going to interrupt this live right here. I'm going to let it play out. I'm going to let it play. And then once I finish that, then I'm going to go into what I needed to show you guys on tonight. I'm going to let it play. I think you guys get the message now as to what I was trying to convey. She lied. And I don't care what you YouTubers say, what your thoughts is, what your theories is, what your views is. I think I have really on today came out and really showed you and expressed to you the lies that was told in this case. So you can sit and say all what you need to say and stuff, but it don't make no difference to me, because at the end of the day, it don't make no sense to me and don't make no difference to me, because she lied. She lied. Period. She lied. And you may not think that she didn't have anything to do with this, but I'm saying different. I say she did. And I said that. Now, you want to challenge me? Come on. The link is in the chat. Come on. Any YouTuber, come on and shoot your shot. I said TM had something to do with it. I said it. Come challenge me. I said it. Now, let's listen to this so I can finish cooking, peoples. And then we're going to get into what the courts had said, peoples. Let's go.
They told me. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning when they called me.
Yeah.
It was at 4 o'clock in the morning when they called her. But yet she told you at 3 o'clock in the morning they called her. And then she said at 4:34 they called her. I rest my case, peoples. Let's listen in. I rest my case.
Well, I guess the one. Are you looking to file a missing persons report then, or are you just? Or would you? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry, sir, but I just want to know: is it possible that maybe they can look at the cameras and see? It's because they send the police out here and ask them to look at the cameras and see if they've seen her on their cameras around that time.
I was about to say, even if I did send an officer, it would take a little bit in order for us to get the camera footage and for us to pass it on to the detectives division.
Okay. Okay. So what would you suggest?
Well, again, the only thing I would suggest maybe is just give her a couple hours. She could have went somewhere with one of her other friends. I mean, and who knows what her friends are saying is true, you know what I mean?
Exactly. You could tell, not to be saying, you could tell it don't sound right. I'm a parent. I've been young before, and it's not sounding right. It don't sound right, period. That's why I came out here myself, because and then it sounded like they had been drinking, honestly.
Yeah.
And I asked them, did she drink? And they said she had only 1 cup. But okay, my daughter ain't the type that normally, she can't even take liquor. Her liquor level is just like mine. We can't take liquor. We cannot take liquor. We take a sip of liquor, we drunk. Honestly.
No, I completely understand.
And I'm like, 1 cup is too much for her, and I like I asked them. And then they end up with her cell phone. I pay her cell phone bill every month to make sure my daughter has a phone. How did she love her phone? I don't understand why would she leave her cell phone with you all and just go disappear? And she know I just had surgery. She know my predicament.
No, yeah. Well then, so that in that case, what I would recommend, just go home, relax a little bit, give it some time. Of all we know, she very well could still be in the room. She could just be passed out. Again, you know how it is. You drink it the night before, you get, you know what I mean, whatever else have you. So just give it a couple hours. Maybe see if she'll get a hold of you again. I mean, does she know your number?
Yeah, she know my number very well. She's very smart.
Okay, well then, like I said, just give her a couple hours. You know what I mean? Give her some time. Again, maybe she went to one of her other friends' places, or maybe she is still in the room. Just knocked out. You know what I mean?
Yes, I thank you. Okay, and so how long does it take for me to file a missing person report?
Well, you can file it at any time. It just like I said, just give it a little bit of time. If you hadn't heard from her by, I want to say about 10, 11 o'clock, then by all means, give us a call again. You can come to the station, and we can help you out from there.
Okay, I live in Chicago. Would it be better for me to come back to you all station, or should I go in Chicago and make out a missing report?
I think you can try to file it out in Chicago. They may tell you to come here since it happened in our town, but I do know that since she lives with, obviously she lives with you in the city. I think this might actually fall on them. Or at least they'll be able to take the report, and then they'll get in contact with us, and we'll be able to help them out with the investigation from there.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter whichever one. If I have to come back out here, I'll come back out here. But as long as if we be able to see, if I come, okay, I give it to tomorrow. It's 24 hours. After 24 hours, do you think they'll still be able to see the video camera of today, the surveillance camera
Yes.
for today?
Yes, we'd definitely be able to get the footage.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I'll do that. Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Okay.
You're very welcome. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Bye-bye.
Negative. I have that subject in the kitchen in a freezer. She is frozen solid. 10-4, 600.
600 copies. Make notifications. Rosemont 601. You copy?
Jerry, what kitchen are you in? I'm in the rear by the dock area. By the garbage.
He's in the rear by the dock area. He's in the rear by the dock area. All right, peoples, it's time. Let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. And let me go back. And peoples, this is what the courts had said. Peoples. This is what the courts have said. And this is what no other YouTuber or Facebooker has ever mentioned. Peoples. And we're going to talk about this in its entirety. You guys give me a moment. Okay, people, so I'm making the yams right now. Cooking the rice. Chicken is already done. I want to read this for you in its entirety, peoples. So I want you guys to follow with me. All right. Let me clear this so you guys can see. Um, let's read this, peoples. It says, now comes plaintiff Teresa Martin as special administrator for the estate of Kenneka Jenkins, deceased, by and through her counsel, Beam Legal Team, LLC, and for her complaint against defendants, CPO Hospitality, LLC, DBA, Crown Plaza, Chicago O'Hare Hotel, FNF Realty Limited, Capital Security and Investigations, and NBC Rosemont, LLC, DBA Murray Brothers, Caddyshack hereby states as follows. All right, give me a moment. Eating a piece of chicken. At all times relevant, Teresa Martin was the biological mother of Kenneka Jenkins. A petition of duly appoint Teresa Martin as administrator of the estate of Kenneka Jenkins has been filed and is currently pending in the probate court of Cook County, Illinois. At all times relevant, plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins was a resident of the city of Chicago, County of Cook, State of Illinois. Upon all information and belief, defendant CPO Hospitality was an Illinois corporation doing business as Crown Plaza, Chicago O'Hare Hotel in the city of Rosemont, County of Cook, State of Illinois. Upon all information and belief, defendant FNF Realty Limited was an Illinois corporation doing business in the city of Rosemont, County of Cook, State of Illinois. FNF Realty Limited, owned, operated, and managed by the Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare Hotel. Upon all the information and belief, defendant Capital Security and Investigations, hereinafter Capital Security was an Illinois corporation doing business in the city of Rosemont, County of Cook, State of Illinois. Capital Security provided security services to the Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare Hotel. Upon all information and belief, defendant MBC Rosemont LLC was an Illinois corporation doing business as Murray Brothers Caddyshack Restaurant. Hereinafter Caddyshack Restaurant in the city of Rosemont, County of Cook, State of Illinois. Caddyshack Restaurant leased premises from defendant COP Hospitality LLC, DBA Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare Hotel, and RFNF Realty Limited. Defendant CPO Hospitality LLC, DBA Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare Hotel, and FNF Realty Limited are collectively referred to as Crown Plaza defendants. This matter arises out of a September 10, 2017 incident resulting in the death of Kenneka Jenkins that occurred at the Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare Hotel, located at 5400 River Road in the city of Rosemont, County of Cook, State of Illinois, on about September the 9th, 2017, at approximately 1:13 a.m., plaintiff's decedent Kenneka Jenkins entered the Crown Plaza defendants hotel as a guest. Plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins entered the hotel completely coherent and without incident. On or about September the 9th, 2017, at approximately 2:30 a.m., plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins left a room on the 9th floor and was last seen at that time. Okay, you guys hold on for one moment. Okay, peoples, this is the court files. This is what the court said. Now, it says on or about September the 9th, 2017, at approximately 2:30 a.m. in the morning, plaintiff's decedent Kenneka Jenkins left a room on the 9th floor and was last seen by her friends at that time. So they said that Kenneka had left the room at 2:30 on the 9th floor. And she was last seen by her friends at that time. It says on information and belief prior to 2:30 a.m. on or about September the 9th, there were multiple notifications to the Crown Plaza defendants and our agents of defendants Capitol Security regarding the room where decedent Kenneka Jenkins was to be believed. On information and belief prior to 2:30 a.m. on or about September the 9th, the Crown Plaza defendants and our guests of defendant Capitol Security had actual and constructive knowledge that there were too many occupants in the room where decedent Kenneka Jenkins was believed to be. A smoke detector has been disabled in the room where decedent Kenneka Jenkins was believed to be, and there was a smell of strong intoxicants emanating from the room where decedent Kenneka Jenkins was believed to be. Okay. It says, people's on information and belief prior to 2:30 a.m. on or about September the 9th, neither the Crown Plaza defendants and nor agents of defendant Capitol Security who had actual and are constructive knowledge of dangerous and are impermissible conduct of individuals in the room where decedent Kenneka Jenkins was believed to be intervened or appropriately investigated such conduct as was required under the circumstances then and there existing. Meaning that they already knew that the kids wasn't supposed to be up in there drinking and smoking and doing drugs and every other manner of things that they wasn't supposed to be doing at the establishment. And they had full knowledge of that. Okay, people. So the Crown Plaza had full knowledge. Everybody had full knowledge well before anything was supposed to have happened. They have full knowledge, peoples, that dangerous and impermissible conduct in the room where decedent Kenneka Jenkins was believed to be inter was believed to be never intervened or appropriately investigated such conduct as was required under the circumstances then and there existing. It says, on or about September the 9th, 2017, shortly after defendants knew and had reasons to know Kenneka Jenkins was missing at or about 2:30 a.m. Teresa Martin was assured by Crown Plaza defendants, hotel staff, and employees and our agents of Capitol Security that they would check and review all security cameras and video footage to locate plaintiff's decedent Kenneka Jenkins. So, where they said that the supposed Kenneka Jenkins came up missing at 2:30, all right, at 3:30, she was actually supposed to have been missing at 2:30. You see? Okay. So it says on or about September the 9th, 2017, Crown Plaza defendants and defendant Capitol Security undertook the responsibility of checking security camera footages in order to locate plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins. After defendants were informed of plaintiff's decedent Kenneka Jenkins' disappearance, employees of defendants failed to properly monitor and review security video cameras and footage which have shown the whereabouts of Kenneka Jenkins, which would have saved her life. Okay. It says plaintiff's decedent Kenneka Jenkins was a guest at the Crown Plaza defendant's hotel. Now listen to this, peoples. It says plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins was last seen near an elevator on the 9th floor. Now listen to this. This is what nobody has ever stated, peoples. Nobody. Trey Gang, Cousin Design, T Slave, 54 Keys, Zillionaire, Bossman of Hair, Lost Man, Josh Queer Q, Leave No Witness of Lord footage, Jackie Dragon, Casey Coy, Overa Sanchez Mendina. Nobody but Edward Joseph. This is the game changer right here, peoples. This is what it says. Plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins was last seen near an elevator on the 9th floor where surveillance cameras was installed in use and properly working, and therefore she was observable. Bingo to the bingo. Meaning, peoples, that they saw Kenneka Jenkins on video footage on the 9th floor. And there was surveillance video footage on the 9th floor. Actually, there's on each floor. It was newly installed and it was working properly. And they were able to see Kenneka and anybody else leave the room. Now, let me give you a caveat, peoples. Let me give you a caveat. Because, see, although they're stating Kenneka Jenkins and she was caught on surveillance video footage, peoples, although they're saying Kenneka Jenkins, the courts cannot differentiate who Kenneka Jenkins is. They only can go by what was told to them. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so when you have people playing Kenneka, well, you don't really know who is the real Kenneka. But according to the court records, the establishment had surveillance video footage. Do you understand what I'm saying? And they can see with their own eyes on video surveillance footage when and who was walking on the elevator or had got on to the elevator. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And so they said that they saw Kenneka at 2:30 on the elevator on the 9th floor. And that it was surveillance video footage of her. Do you see what I'm saying? And so, by you having different people playing Kenneka, well, there you have it right there. The person who played Kenneka getting on the elevator on the 9th floor where all of them can see and getting off an elevator and walking the halls of that establishment. Now, notice how they said that it was at 2:30 when they seen Kenneka get off the elevator or get on the elevator on the 9th floor. It wasn't 3:30, people. This is the courts. The court says that it was 2:30 and not 3:30. And so why is surveillance video footage saying that the young lady got on the elevator at 3:30 when the courts had literally told you it was 2:30? And the courts had literally told you that they seen her, Kenneka, get on the elevator on the 9th floor where the surveillance video footage was working. And therefore, it says plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins was last seen near an elevator on the 9th floor where surveillance cameras were installed. Surveillance cameras was installed in use and properly working. And therefore, she was observable, which the courts had said, we seen her on the 9th floor getting on the elevator. We seen her. But see, peoples, they didn't see Kenneka Jenkins. They saw a lookalike of Kenneka Jenkins, not the real Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. And that's why I have asked the question: how did Kenneka get out of Irene's life? Well, she never did. I said she never did. That was the play. Because the fake Kenneka was the one who got on the elevator, was seen getting on the elevator on the ninth floor, and walking the halls of that establishment. Kenneka never left Irene's life, peoples. She never did. And the time to when Kenneka was at the establishment in Irene's life, it wasn't on the night. This was all the reenactment, peoples. Because you never seen the video footage of Kenneka come to the room, 926. Because remember, the courts had already told you they have the surveillance video footage up there. You would have seen Kenneka come to the room. You would have seen the girls come to the room. You would have seen the guys come to the room. You would have seen Irene come to the room. You would have seen everybody come to the room, but you didn't see them come to the room. Why? Because they didn't give you the video footage. But the court says that the cameras was installed and working properly, and everybody in that hallway would have been observed on video footage. Even Love and all of those peoples. This is the game changer right here, peoples. I said this is the game changer right here, because there are cameras on every level. And there are cameras on every level for the people walking on and off and on the hallway. Just like you seen in Diddy, when Diddy and Cassie had walked the halls. You seen them on surveillance camera. Well, it was the same with the Crown Plaza. They have surveillance camera. The courts is telling you. It says right here, plaintiff's decedent Kenneka Jenkins was last seen near an elevator on the ninth floor where surveillance cameras was installed. Where they told you it wasn't no cameras, the courts is telling you there are cameras. Kenny Yams is done. Chicken is done. We gotta just make some rice. Peoples, the court had already told you that there was cameras on the ninth floor. There was cameras. And it would have captured Monifa, Shamaya, Love, and anybody else in the hallway on the ninth floor, on the 11th floor, on the 6th floor, on the 2nd floor, on any floor. Because there was cameras that was installed and properly working. That's what the court says right here, peoples. It's in your face. And this is something that none of these other YouTubers ever talked about. They never did. And I asked the question, why? I mean, not why, but how did Kenneka get out of Irene's life? Well, see, nobody can answer that. Nobody can answer that, peoples. And why couldn't they answer that? Because they had no clue. And they thought that there was no surveillance video footage. But peoples, there is surveillance video footage. And I have proven to you that it is surveillance video footage because the courts had said so. So where they said that it wasn't, the court says it was. And they just told you that she was observable on the video footage. Oh my God, peoples, man. That's a game changer right there. That's a game changer right there. And see, the thing is, peoples, this is one of the reasons why Crown Plaza did not want you to know, because the things that happened days before is what is being seen on camera days after. But see, the thing is that the girl who was caught on surveillance video footage wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. It was the lookalike. Because Kenneka Jenkins was already captured on surveillance video footage days before. She was captured on video surveillance footage days before, and not on the day. Because the person who walked in wasn't Kenneka. The person who was walking on the elevator wasn't Kenneka. The person who was walking the halls of the establishment wasn't Kenneka. The person who walked into the freezer or towards the freezer wasn't Kenneka. And Edward Joseph has already proven to you it wasn't Kenneka. And this is why that the police had did the reenactment, because it wasn't Kenneka. And this is why TM could not keep her story straight. This is why the kids couldn't keep their story straight, because it wasn't Kenneka. And peoples, I've told you, peoples, there is video footage of Kenneka being at the establishment days before. She was caught on video surveillance footage with Bill Murray and son. And this is why the major cover-up. And this is why they never wanted to show you the original video footage. It makes plenty of sense now, does it? Because see, the thing is, people, you can't even prove to me that any of those people who walked the halls of that establishment is Kenneka Jenkins. But I've already proven to you that it wasn't. I've already proven to you the body styles, the hair length, everything that all of these different girls played Kenneka. I've shown you that. And this is why the Crown Plaza did not want you to show everything. And this is why they kept saying that certain cameras wasn't working. But the court says it was. And there's the evidence right there. They said the cameras wasn't working, but I surmise to you people, because it's in the case files right here. This is the court filing. And the court says that she was found on surveillance video footage, but it wasn't Kenneka. It wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. It was the girl who played Kenneka that was caught on surveillance video footage. And this is why the Crown Plaza had to try to change the time. But you can't change the time because the court said that she got on the elevator at 2:30. Well, how in the world could she get on the elevator at 2:30? And so that brings the question, peoples, because see, it narrows down the time. And this is why I say you can't go by the video footage, because the courts had already gave me the time, because the courts has the original video footage. And the court said that the young lady who they call Kenneka Jenkins got off out of room 926 on the elevator and got on the elevator at 2:30. And was walking the halls of that establishment at 2:30 and not 3:30. And so they said that she came in at 1:13. And then at 2:30, she's walking the halls of that establishment. So from 1:30 to 2:30, there's your golden hour right there. And I didn't even have to have the case files in order to come up with the timeline, because the court document right here in your face gave me the time. And they said 2:30 that the supposed Kenneka got on the elevator. That's what they said. That's what is written. So then my question to you is, how could TY's live, how could Irene's live be within that golden hour? All of this stuff was supposed to happen, and then Kenneka getting off the elevator, staggering drunk. How did all of that happen? You couldn't even explain it to me. I kept asking you and asking you and asking you, but none of you YouTubers would ever give me an answer. And the reason why you didn't give me an answer, because your ass did not know. See, I had all of this information, peoples, and I got the video footage where they did not want you to see. I got the video footage, peoples. And I've been having it for a long time. And I've been asking you people, help me to make this make sense. How did all of this stuff happen within an hour time? You couldn't even explain it to me. But the courts did, because the courts gave you the timeline. The court said that that young lady got off the elevator at 2:30 and not 3:30. 2:30. So from 1:13 to 2:30, so an hour and 15 minutes, peoples. The supposed Kenneka Jenkins was supposed to have gotten drunk, been taken out of the room, and been walking some halls of that establishment. But you heard, and you see what the court filing says. Let's read it again, people. So let's read it again. It says, number 18, plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins was a guest at the Crown Plaza Defendant's Hotel. Plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins was last seen near an elevator on the 9th floor where surveillance cameras were installed, in use, and properly working, and therefore she was observable. She was seen. They had cameras up there that was installed, and it was in use. And they had seen her on the 9th floor in the hall and walking to the elevator. Because people's, the elevator is right outside of room 924 and 926. And I kept asking the people for years, help me to make this make sense. How did Kenneka Jenkins get out of Irene's live? And the thing is, peoples, none of you could ever express that to Edward Joseph. You couldn't tell me, peoples. You couldn't tell me how Kenneka Jenkins got out of Irene's live. And see, I knew something that you didn't. And I was waiting for you to come on and try to tell me something, but I knew that you couldn't tell me nothing because you didn't even know, because you don't have the video footage. I do. And for years, I've been asking the question. And for years, you refuse to answer. You gave me this bullshit and nonsense of a narrative and all like this. But see, the courts has already debunked your ass. Because where you kept trying to say, oh, well, the supposed Kenneka got off at 3:30. Well, the courts had told you, no, it was 2:30. Hello? And I kept asking the people, I said, how did all of this happen within an hour worth of time? How did TY's live and Irene's live happen within an hour worth of time? You couldn't answer it. You couldn't answer it. You know, another thing of what it debunks, because see, the thing is simply this, peoples. Shemaya and Monifa was at the establishment earlier, and they took a picture in the establishment in an elevator. You guys remember that, right? You remember they took a picture in the elevator. Somebody took a picture of them at 12:38. So that means they were there earlier than the time to when it was stated that they came in. See, they were already there and they were taking pictures and stuff. And then at the queue at the time, they come in, walking in on surveillance video footage, playing like they got there for the first time. But I've already debunked them, peoples, because I've already shown you that they were there earlier. But see, in the court filings, it said that they came in at 1:13. But what's not in the court filings is that they were already there at the establishment hours earlier than 1:13. Do you see what I'm saying, peoples? You see what I'm saying? So, what they gave the courts was true, but was a reenactment. But what they didn't give the courts was the actual video footage of the real Kenneka being at the establishment days earlier. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. I said bingo to the bingo, peoples. See, that was the one thing that you couldn't even explain, because I threw it in your face and I was going to see what the people was going to say. You can't even explain why and how Monifa and Shemaya was at the establishment hours earlier than what they had stated in the court filings. And why Shemaya and Monifa is taking a picture in the elevator and then come out and then walk into the establishment with a fake Kenneka coming to a so-called party, which never happened, not on the night, because the real Kenneka wasn't there on the night. TM had already told you that. And that's why this conjured up madness of, oh, well, you know, they regurgitated the tickets for 3 days later. So they could regurgitate the tickets for 3 days later. People, the reason why they regurgitated the tickets for 3 days later is because she was there 3 days earlier. Every patron in that establishment did not get a pre-dated ticket. Only the people who was associated with all of this madness that is going on had got the pre-dated ticket. This was the play. That was totally the play, peoples. The ticket is true. Kenneka was there on the 6th. That was the play. They couldn't even keep the story straight, peoples. See, I told you I was going to knock down the bombshell. This is just part of the bombshell that I knocked down right here. Because as it stands now, unequivocally, undeniably, none of you YouTubers can ever debunk me. Because when you guys saying that this girl got off the elevator at 3:30, no, the court said that she got off the elevator at 2:30. And that was the fake Kenneka. They got off the elevator at 2:30. And so then I asked the question again. How did Kenneka get out of Irene's live? You never seen the video footage. But the court said that there were surveillance cameras on the ninth floor. Not only on the ninth, on the 8th, on the 7th, on the 6th, on the 5th, on the 4th, on the 2nd, and then in the main lobby. Where they said that the cameras wasn't working, the court says, yes, it was. And the young lady who played Kenneka got off on the elevator at 2:30 and plain staggering drunk, getting out the elevator. So why didn't they show you her staggering drunk coming down the ramp? You seen the walkthrough. She had to come down the ramp. You know, she had to come down the ramp. She would have been caught on surveillance video coming out from the elevator and come down the ramp. Or rather, come up the ramp, I should say. But you seen it. You seen it. And that point was the main level, peoples, when she was walking up the ramp. Because it ain't no ramp that's on the lower level. Oh my God, people, you guys messed up. You didn't get to play. When you saw the girl walking on the ramp, that was the ramp that was leading up to the main level. But it wasn't the lower level, it was the main level that she got off of. And walking up the ramp, walking towards the shopping area, walking towards the main area of the lobby. And they cut it off. Because what they did was they showed you that little piece, but then they had you see her down in the lower level roaming some halls. But she was already in the main level, walking towards in the main level towards the little general area of where the shopping center is. You see how they played you peoples? That's why they gave you the clips. See, you didn't figure that out. You didn't know it. You did not know it. You thought everything happened on the lower level. No, it didn't, peoples. And that was a part of the play. That's what I've been trying to tell you, peoples. I said they gave you clips and they gave you a narrative to where they wanted you to follow by. People, you go back and play the live, you go back and play the video when the girl walked down the hall, down on the ramp, it was the upper level, peoples. It was the upper level. It wasn't the lower level. Because how can you get lower than the lower level, peoples, if you're coming up a ramp? Help me to make that make sense. It doesn't make no sense. You're on the lower level and you're coming up a ramp and you're still on the lower level. Really, peoples? Really? Boy, looky here. I just debunked everything that you guys have ever said. It's incredible, people. It's absolutely incredible how stupid many of you are by trying to give a narrative and trying to tell me what I don't know. And I've already debunked you I've already debunked you. Because there is way more video footage that you don't have, that I have, that I never played, that tells the real story. But I've been trying to tell you, but nobody wanted to listen to me because everybody thought that they knew all of this and that and the other. You go back and you analyze from top to bottom this video footage of where France Cave is running down the hall and all like this and stuff. Go back and look at that video footage and see what level he was on, and see the level to where this girl was on. And then you go and read the case files and read all of that, and how they tell you she was on a lower level, and then within 7 minutes, all of a sudden she's in the upper level kitchen. Really? Help me to make that make sense. You saw the layout, you saw the videos. How in the hell could she get to the lower level to the upper level kitchen in 7 minutes? And you saw the reenactment, you saw the trajectory of where she was supposed to have went. So how could she get to the upper level kitchen and in that kitchen to where she was supposed to have walked in, and she's roaming all around on the lower level? Think about that for one moment, people. So I want you to think about that. Remember when they were supposed to have shown her where J Money was supposed to have been on the lower level, and then in 7 minutes, all of a sudden, she's walking in out of one kitchen into the other kitchen, and then abracadabra, she's up on the second level, on the main level. How did she get there? Because the only way that you can get there is down Shandell Lane, peoples. And you cut that corner, and you're right there by the dock area. Where the stairs is, and where the freight elevator is, the service elevator. That's the only way that you're going to get up the stairs. But if you're drunk, you ain't walking up no stairs. But she didn't have no pass to take the service elevator up the stairs, peoples. You have to have a key and a pass to take the service elevator up. She didn't have that. So how did she get from the lower level in the dock area by Shandell Lane up to the main level? Because all you seen in the clip, she come out of one kitchen into the other kitchen, and then the next clip, she's on the main level walking herself in the back towards the freezer. And all in 7 minutes. And I showed you the reenactment, the trajectory of what the police said that she took. Now, how did that happen? How did it happen, peoples? Because you're the ones who's saying it. You're the one who's looking at this case files and reading the case files and not understanding what the case files are saying, because that's contradictory. It can't happen. It can't happen. And I've already proven to you it can't happen. They lied and said that all of this camera footage were not working. But on the critical areas to where you would have seen her, if it was real, they said it wasn't working. And that's the reason that's the get out of a jail free card, peoples. Because on those places to where you would have literally seen this person, you're never going to see the person because they said that these cameras wasn't operable. That's how they got away with the play. And that's how they fooled your ass majorly. And many of you went with the narrative that they gave you. And I've been trying to educate you for the longest time, peoples. But now here I got the court document. Well, you guys said that TM had shut it up. No, there it is right there in your face, people. We were just reading it. It's in your face. And it tells a different story. Now, peoples, let's get back into this. Here, let me share my screen, peoples. So I love it when the stupid people try to tell me what I don't have, because I've always come with my receipts and I've always come and debunked you suckers, you lollipop lickers. You can't touch me. I got way more videos and proof that I have never shown. I told you that I had it, but I wanted to listen to what you guys had to say because you guys was going down this narrative. Now I just debunked you with the court files right here. This is what the court said. It ain't what Edward Joseph said. I can't make it up. I can't make it up. And no matter how you try to twist it and turn to people, you still can't debunk me because it goes against logic of all what you said. The court said that this person who you call Kenneka Jenkins got on the elevator at 2:30. It totally changed everything that you suckers have been saying forever and a day. Now, let's read the case files. The court filings, peoples. It says, clear as daylight, plaintiff's decedent Kenneka Jenkins was last seen near an elevator on the 9th floor where surveillance cameras were installed, in use, and properly working, and therefore she was observable. Listen to what it says, peoples. It says, on or about September the 9th, 2017, at approximately 3:32, which is a whole hour later, plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins was seen on camera entering a kitchen through the employee's door from the downstairs hallway of the Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare. So, where was she for a whole hour? Where was she for a whole hour? Let me say that again. Where was she for a whole hour? Because the video clips that they gave us did not represent one whole hour. No, it didn't, peoples. No, it didn't. And so listen to what the court filing said. It says, on or about September the 9th, 2017, at approximately 3:32 a.m., plaintiff's decedent Kenneka Jenkins was seen on camera entering a kitchen through the employee's door from the downstairs hallway of the Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare Airport. Chicago O'Hare Hotel. It didn't say the Marriott. It didn't say Burger King. It didn't say the DoubleTree. It didn't say have it your way. It says that Kenneka Jenkins was seen on camera entering a kitchen through the employee's door from the downstairs hallway of the Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare Hotel between approximately 2:30 a.m. when plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins was last seen by her friends, and at 3:32 where she was last seen on camera entering an abandoned kitchen. She appeared on Crown Plaza defendant's surveillance footage at all times. Did you see and did you hear what it says, peoples? It says that she was on surveillance video footage at all times. At all times. So where they only gave you clips, it is more video footage that they never gave. Because the court said that she was on surveillance video footage at all times. Never, not once, did she not be caught off of surveillance video footage. She was on surveillance video footage at all times. That's what it says. At all times. It says, had Crown Plaza defendant staff and employees and our agents of defendant Capitol Security check all surveillance footage sooner, or alternatively, properly and timely reviewed the video footage, they would have seen plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins enter the kitchen and would have been able to locate her, which would have prevented her death. Did you see and hear what the court file said, peoples? This is what the court file says. It ain't what Edward Joseph said. It's what the court file says. It says on or about September the 9th, 2017, between 2:30 a.m., when plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins was last seen by her friends at 3:32 a.m., when she was last seen on surveillance video footage entering the kitchen of the Crown Plaza Hotel, defendant's hotel, she passed several hotel personnel who failed to prevent Kenneka from entering the kitchen. Oh my God, peoples. Did you hear what it said? She passed several people. Look what it says. It says she passed several hotel personnel who failed to prevent Kenneka from entering the kitchen. Meaning that they already knew it wasn't Kenneka. So why would they prevent her from going into the kitchen when they already knew it wasn't Kenneka? Because they were a part of the play. They were a part of the play. Did you hear and did you see what I just read, peoples? The court filing stated that Kenneka, the one who you call Kenneka, had passed several employees who failed to prevent her from entering into a kitchen. That's what it says. That's what it says. I didn't make this up, peoples. That's what it said. So in essence, they already knew that this girl was the fake Kenneka, and they wasn't going to intervene because it was part of the play. Well, you guys thinking that nobody seen Kenneka, the court saying, yes, they did. They seen this girl who played Kenneka. They seen her. She's on surveillance video footage, and they are on surveillance video footage. So when they're showing you the surveillance video footage and you don't see no employees around her, well, that's not what the court filing said. The court filing says that there were several employees that passed her by. They seen her. They looked at her. They knew, but they didn't do anything. And so this totally debunks all of the madness that you guys have been saying. And it totally debunks this madness of what was being spread all of these many years. Because where they and you guys have been saying, oh, well, wasn't no employees around her. Well, no, that's not what the court filing said. The court filing said that the employees saw her. The employees saw her, and they failed to prevent her from going into the freezer. And the reason why is because it wasn't Kenneka. They knew the play. I see my people who's come in. Hello, Arnold Lamar. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Arnold Lamar said, let me see the footage. No, my friend. No. Only in my time. I'm going to make me some money. I gave you more than enough. I ain't releasing that until I'm good and ready to. And I'm going to get paid for that. Because once I release it, you know, every YouTuber and Facebooker is going to copy that live and stuff and play it back. And this is going to bust the whole thing wide open. No. Only in my time is when I'm going to release the video footage. I've been holding on for it for years. And I've been holding on to this for years. And I've been trying to ask the people and try to get the people to, you know, secure a narrative to tell me what they think in things so I can just come back and debunk them. See, you ain't never seen Trey Gang bring out this content. You ain't never seen 54 Keys. You ain't never seen Zillionaire, Bossman, Hair Lost Man, John Queer Q, Casey Cloyo, Ver Sanchez Medina, Lena Witness and Lord Footage, and all of this. You ain't never seen nobody, Cousin Design and T Slay. Nobody else has ever brought this out, Arnold Lamar, other than Edward Joseph. And when they gave you the narrative, oh, well, nobody was in the hallway with Kenneka and stuff. Well, I'm showing you. And I've already shown you and I've already told you all of the different narratives that TM, the girls, the establishment, everybody had did, because everybody was involved. In the ticket that she found, yes, it's true. Kenneka was there. Help me to make this make sense, Arnold Lamar. Why would the establishment go and regurgitate tickets 3 days later, three days after that had passed? Why are they regurgitating 3-day-old tickets and giving it to the people? You didn't see all of anybody from the establishment other than the kids and stuff that showed you regurgitated tickets, right? Because if it was regurgitated tickets, do you not think, Arnold Lamar, that more people, more patrons at that establishment would have been complaining? Were you giving me 3-day-old tickets? How many people at that establishment did you ever see go live or post any 3-day-old ticket that they had? You never did, other than the people that was involved in the Kenneka Jenkins case. Come on now. Talk to me. It don't make no sense, my friend. Nobody at that establishment ever posted a 3-day-old ticket other than the people who was associated in the Kenneka Jenkins case. Hello, Marvin Atkins. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Marvin Atkins has said, if you are looking for justice for her, why are you looking to get paid in order to help the case? Because everybody else got paid. Why can't I get paid? Why do I have to give all of this good juicies to you and not get paid for it? Everybody else got paid. I've been talking about this case for damn near 7 years and ain't got paid. Everybody else got paid. So, and I'm still not getting paid. You guys ain't hit the Cash App. You guys ain't hit the like button. You guys ain't did nothing. Ticket gets on and he talks about all of the Diddy cases. They're sending him $50. They're sending him $100. They're sending him $200. I can't even get a sandwich. But I'm giving you guys all of this juicies. Marvin Atkins, when did you ever hear anybody show you the court filing and talk in the manner in which I'm talking? When did you ever see anybody in this Kenneka Jenkins case tell you and show you all of the inconsistencies that these people have been saying and doing? You never did. So why come I can't have a payday? Why is it that I always have to give up everything just because you people want to see? No, I'm getting paid. I'm getting paid. Sure enough, I'm getting paid. Just like they got paid, I'm getting paid. Bottom line. Why come I can't get a cup of coffee? I mean, you guys sit around here and bless all of these other YouTubers. They blessing Trey Gang by leaps and bounds. He's getting brewed all the time. People cash out for him. I haven't had not one person ever offer, well, Edward Joseph, put your cash app up so we can bless you. I have to beg for likes, but I'm giving you guys all juicies. You can't tell me that I don't know, because I have already shown you in this live unequivocally, undeniably, and here is the court filings that's telling you unequivocally and undeniably that the establishment, the kids, TM, Lenore, and everybody lied. Because the court filings, this is the court document, clearly is showing you and telling you they lied. And they lied. The cameras was working. She was caught on surveillance video footage at all times. But they didn't show you everything. They didn't show you everything. But see, I told you, I got friends that wears blue. I got connections. And I was able to get a lot more than what you guys ever would have. And see, that's what happens, Marvin Atkins. It's that the thing is simply this, my friend. The thing is simply this. When you have what you have all the confidence in the world. Why isn't it that nobody ever comes to my channel to challenge me? Why is it that nobody ever comes to my channel to try to debunk me? The reason is they can't, because I would run rings around them. See, they've been talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case forever and a day. So as much as Trey Gay talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case and spreading all of these salacious lies about her and stuff, you would think that he wants justice, right? He's all the time screaming for justice. He's all the time going live with all of this madness and stuff. But did you ever see Trey Gay show you this court filing? Did you ever see Trey Gay do what I did and show you all of the inconsistencies that these people have been saying and doing? No, he never did. So if Trey Gay was really justice for Kenneka, you would think that Trey Gay would mount it up with Edward Joseph to come and collaborate and talk about this case and get the real out. But Trey Gay is about his money. Because the more Trey Gay continued to keep spreading all of this salacious lies and stuff and keep coming up with these catchy titles and stuff, you suckers continue to keep going over there, viewing his live, paying him money to tell you lies. I've been doing this for almost 7 years, and I haven't asked for a red cent. I gave you live after live after live after live after live, and I've been expressing and I have been showing you unequivocally and undeniably. Now it's my time to get paid. It's my time to make some money. You guys want to see some stuff? You pay for it. And it's only going to be for the people who's going to pay for it. I'm giving you what I'm giving you right now, and this is for free. You ain't never had nobody come to give you the court files, the actual court files, and walk this shit down and show you the lies that these people has been telling. Now is my time, and I'm going to get paid, whether you guys like it or not. You know, it's just that simple. I got some juicies that you guys want, and I'm not giving it up until I get paid, because see, what's going to happen is soon as I release it on a live, some of you guys are going to screenshot it. Some of you guys are going to record it. Some of you guys are going to do whatever, and then it's going to go viral. And then everybody else is going to get paid off the work that I've been holding on to forever and a day. And that's going to be the very thing that's going to blow this case wide open. And it's going to force the FBI, the CIA, and every other government agency to reopen this case and truly get justice for Kenneka. And it's going to put TM in shackles. And all of these entities is going to be coming after Edward Joseph, because I'm going to be just like the people who did not want to put out the videos in the Sean Denny Combs case. You know, they said that he was supposed to had been messing with a minor. You know, remember Kendrick Lamar song, A Minor. Well, where's the video footage? Because if he was messing with a minor, well, then the other people would have been on video footage with a minor. Do you understand what I'm saying? Arnold Lamar, you get it, right? Okay. So, Edward Joseph, be appreciative and be happy what Edward Joseph is giving you, because I didn't have to do this. And I still haven't made a dime off of this. But I told you what I was going to do. And I told you I was going to show you something that no other person has ever did. Now watch. After this, somebody is going to take this video footage. They're going to see this, and then they're going to put their own narrative and spin on it, and they're going to run with it. And it's going to be all over YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. But you got it from here. But see, they can take this and they can make their little money and stuff. That's fine. But I'm fit to make my money, because I'm fit to splice this video up. I'm going to make my short, and I'm going to put it on TikTok, and it's going to go viral. Because I can't get no support off of YouTube. You know, YouTube, I love you guys much, but you guys suck. I'm not talking about the people here. I'm talking about all of these suckers who watch my lives that don't support my channel. I work hard. I do a lot of research, and I bring it to you, and I can't even get a cup of coffee. Come on, people. Goddamn. Really? Okay. So that's what it is, Arnold Lamar. You want to know who killed Kenneka Jenkins, Arnold Lamar? The one who carried Kenneka is the one who killed Kenneka. The one who carried Kenneka is the one who killed Kenneka. And did you not know, Arnold Lamar, that there is actual video footage of the one who carried Kenneka, clear as daylight? Yeah, there's actual video footage. Now, you're not going to see the killing, but you're going to see the limp body of Kenneka. Did you know, Arnold Lamar, that there is actual video footage of the person placing Kenneka in the freezer? Did you know that? You heard what the court filing said, right? You heard what the court filing said. I just read it to you. That she was on all surveillance video footage. It's not a piece of footage that none of this wasn't recorded. But it was. And see, the only way that I would have been able to get my hands up on it if there was the actual video footage, but I had screenshots. But there's an actual video. And I'm going to just say this, and I'm not going to say no more. I got my hands on a good portion of the video that I've never, ever shown. But I talked about it. And at that time, that's all I can do was talk about it, because shit, my life would have been in jeopardy. You know, they've already came to my house. They already sent poison food to my doorstep. They're already blowing up my modem. They already took down all of my channels, but I had to fight back to get it all back. And so I'm here. So Arnold Lamar, if I wasn't telling the truth about something, ain't no way that they would have went to that great extent Even Trey Gate lives wasn't even taken. All of my lives, all of my channels was taken. They canceled my lives. They canceled my channel. But I fought back and I got it back. I got all of my channels back, Arnold Lamar. So if I wasn't telling the truth in some shape, form, or manner, they wouldn't have went to the extent to go and cancel me. They tried to, but they couldn't. I'm still here. And then they blocked a lot of my lives. They blocked it. I've shown you the other day. They blocked my lives after live after live. They blocked my lives. And the reason why they blocked my lives is because I was going in hard and heavy like I am doing now. But see, the only difference now is I'm not giving names like I did beforehand. See, beforehand, I made the mistake. I was giving names and I was matching people up. I was putting people in the pieces to the puzzle. But now I'm showing you without saying the names. So they can't do anything. Well, what can they do? They can't take it down my lines because I'm not saying nothing about anybody. I'm just telling you what is. And you can clearly see if you read between the lines, if you're looking. See, I got smart, Arnold Lamar. I got smart. What can take you down quickly if you go and you browbeat people, that'll take you down. It can take down your lives. But I'm not saying no names. I'm only just giving you facts and information without saying names. And that protects me. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so you got to be careful about the things that you say and the things that you show, because it is a thing called defamation, my friend. Defamation. And so I have to be very careful about how I go about in doing things on my live. Because if not, then I can be hit with defamation. But if I am expressing to you without actually saying the person's name, then I can't be hit with defamation. My channel can't be stricken. They can't do anything. Now, do you understand, my friend? This is why you have to be careful. This is why you have to be careful in the manner to which you say things and do things. See, I'm monetized now. And so people, they're going to sit back, they're going to watch this live and man, look at here. Look at here. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, I'm monetized now. So I have to be very careful about the things that I say and do while I'm giving my live, because I'm monetized. I don't want to be demonetized and I don't want to lose my channel. So that's why I have to be very careful about how I go about disseminating information. Do you understand? So there it is. Now, I'm going to show the videos, but I'm going to get paid for it. And it won't be on YouTube. It will be on something like Patreon. You will have to pay a good price in order for me to show you the video. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I'm going to promote it. I'm going to promote it on Patreon. And it's only going to be shown once. And before it's shown, I have to reach a certain number before I show it, because I know even by showing it on Patreon, you know, the people is going to screenshot it and then they're going to run with it. And then it's going to be all out everywhere. And I have no control over it once somebody else copy it. But at least I'll make my money. At least I'll be satisfied. And at least now it'll be out of my hands. Now you really know the truth. And whatever happens after that, that's what happens. But it's going to bust this case wide open. And it's going to implicate the powers that be, the people who owns the Caddyshack. And it's going to affect Crown Plaza in a major way. And this is why they did the reenactment. And this is why they edit the video footage, because they did not want all of that stuff to come out. And they did not want you to know the truth about Kenneka Jenkins. And they had paid YouTubers to spread this salacious madness, like Casey Cloy, Overa Sanchez Medina, and other YouTubers. Yeah, everybody made money, my friend. Everybody made money until I came to YouTube. And when I came to YouTube, then when I start to put out what I put out, oh man, people start not talking about the case because I was calling them out right and left. See, before I came to YouTube, and it was already 3 years past, before I came to YouTube, everybody was making money on YouTube because I was on Facebook and I had over 5,000 followers, subscribers on my YouTube channel. And we were talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case day and night, 7 days a week. And I had a live full, thousands of people. And then when my friend Brazy Certified World Media had coached me to come to YouTube, I came to YouTube. And I got ridiculed and I got scorned and things because I was messing up the people's money. And I was showing them true facts and not fiction. And one by one, these suckers stopped talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case. Because what I was putting out, they couldn't debunk. They couldn't debunk. And even till this day, they couldn't come to my live to try to tell me and try to debunk me. And there you have it. And so, you saying justice for Kenneka? Well, then you tell me how many of these YouTubers ever sharing what I'm sharing right now, if they justice for Kenneka. Because this has been public record forever and a day. People was about money instead of about putting out the truth. I put out the truth. And I never got paid for it. Now, the time has changed. I'm going to get paid. Whether the people like it or not. Whether the people want to support it or not. That's fine. You know. Just by you guys sitting here looking at this live, I'm getting paid. Every video that you watch, I'm getting paid. It's my time now. Don't mean I don't want justice for Kenneka, because if I didn't want justice for Kenneka, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now. I'm giving you information you ain't never even seen. No other YouTuber in the Kenneka Jenkins community ever is doing what I'm doing now. You never seen it. It's my time now. And you guys don't like it? Tough titty. Do your research and then do what I did and find out the information for your own. But other than that, sit back, relax, and enjoy the live. Now, peoples, it says on or about September the 9th, 2017, between 2:30 a.m., when plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins was last seen by her friends, and 3:32 a.m. when she was last seen on surveillance footage entering the kitchen of the Crown Plaza, not the Marriott and not the Doubletree Hotel. She passed several hotel personnel who failed to prevent Kenneka Jenkins from entering the kitchen. So they told you that she passed several hotel personnel. They told you that. It says, after last being seen leaving a room on the 9th floor, plaintiff's decedent, Kenneka Jenkins, was visibly disorientated and in dire need of assistance. Crown Plaza defendants, through their employees and are agents of defendant Capital Security, should have assisted plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins, which would have prevented her death. Meaning, peoples, they seen her staggering drunk. Do you see what I'm saying? They seen her. This is the court. This is what was filed. This is what the court said. It ain't whatever Joseph said. It's what the court said. And it says, upon information and belief, Crown Plaza defendants maintained several double walk-in freezers within the hotel, but locked and sequestered them from access by the general public. Okay, that is important right there, people. It says that upon information and belief, Crown Plaza defendants maintained several walk-in freezers within the hotel, but locked and sequestered them from access by the general public. Meaning, how in God's name could she got into a freezer if it was locked and sequestered? Meaning, she couldn't have had access to it. How? How? See, peoples, these are the things that you guys just don't understand and just don't get. The girl just didn't whoop-de-whoop-de-woo walk herself down into a freezer. The courts had just told you that they locked and they sequestered the areas in question, peoples. So if it was locked and sequestered, then my question to you is simply this. How in the hell could she be able to access an unattended and sequestered and locked area? How? 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 You can't answer that. And see, this is what I say, people. This is what makes many of you so goddamn stupid. Because see, I got the court filings right here. And the court filings is saying something different than what you thought and what you've been saying for all of these years. And you can't even answer the simplest little question that I am posing to you. How did this young lady that was supposed to have been drunk, how did she access these areas? She couldn't. She absolutely couldn't. And that's where they effed up. That's where they effed up. Because they were so hell-bent on getting organs and want to freak up on people to where they effed up. And this is the whole reason why they had to come with the reenactment. Explain to me, peoples, and explain to me in your logic, in expertise, in theory, how could this girl access an inaccessible area unless it was purposely done? Peoples, how? You can't explain it. Thank you. Thank you so much. You can't explain it. And that's exactly what I'm saying. So now, look and listen and learn something. It says, at all times relevant hereto, the kitchen within the Crown Plaza Defendants Hotel contained a double walk-in freezer that was accessible to the general public, and all defendants, agents, and our employees without restriction on access. At all times, hereto, the double walk-in freezer in the abandoned kitchen within the Crown Plaza, not the DoubleTree, not the Marriott, like Custom Design and T. Slate tried to say. People, this is the court. This is the court document. This is the filings right here. It didn't say the Marriott. It didn't say the DoubleTree. It says the Crown Plaza. And so when you wanted to listen to stupid people, you can listen to stupid people. But this is the case files right here. This is the actual thing that went before the judge. This is not something that Franz Convey conjured up. Detective Kitten Bell, Detective Rockefeller, and all of these other people, Detective Roche. This is what was in the court, and this is how TM won the case. Now listen in, people, listen. It says, at all times relevant hereto, the double walk-in freezer in the abandoned kitchen within the Crown Plaza, defendant had a sticker affixed that was completely faded and failed to instruct how to release the lock system on the door. At all times relevant hereto, the double walk-in cooler in the abandoned kitchen of the Crown Plaza defendant's hotel was unused and did not contain any food or produce. Upon information and belief, all coolers and freezers within the Crown Plaza defendant's hotel was supposed to be temperature monitored on a regular basis. On or about September the 9th, 2017, at approximately 12:36 p.m., plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins was reported missing to the Rosemont Public Safety when the family did not receive a response from the Crown Plaza, defendant's hotel staff, and employees and agents of defendant Capital Security. On or about September the 9th, 2017, at approximately 3:20 p.m., the Rosemont Public Safety Police commenced an investigation at the Crown Plaza defendant's hotel. Upon information and belief, it was not until Rosemont Public Safety requests review of the surveillance that the Crown Plaza defendant staff and employees and agents of Capital Security actually began the undertaking of reviewing surveillance footage. On or about September the 9th, 2017, at approximately 10:30 p.m., an unidentified employee entered a aforesaid kitchen and failed to discover plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins. On or about September the 10th, at approximately 12:25 a.m., plaintiff decedent Kenneka Jenkins was found unresponsive inside the double walk-in freezer of the said kitchen of the Crown Plaza defendant's hotel. On information and belief, decedent Kenneka was caused to die from hypothermia and or freezing to death, which caused insurmountable consciousness, pain, and suffering prior to death. Count 1, negligence, gross negligence, premises liability, Crown Plaza defendants. Plaintiff decedent reasserts all previously enumerated paragraphs as thoroughly fully set forth herein. At all pertinent times herein, Crown Plaza defendant owed a duty to provide security and maintain a safe premises. At all pertinent times relevant herein, Crown Plaza defendant owed a duty to warn off or otherwise take reasonable steps to protect the general public, its business invitees, guests, and plaintiffs, decedent Kenneka Jenkins in particular, regarding the state of the premises, are acts done or omit on them. At all times, relevant hereto, Crown Plaza defendants owed a duty to warn their agents and or employees of unreasonable risks and dangers on their premises. At all times, at all pertinent times herein, Crown Plaza defendant owed a duty to the general public, its business, invitees, guests, and plaintiffs, decedent Kenneka Jenkins in particular, maintain a safe premises. At all times pertinent, at all pertinent times relevant herein, Crown Plaza defendant owe a duty to the general public, its businesses, invitees, guests, and plaintiffs, descendant Kenneka Jenkins in particular, to warn the latent effects of dangers such as abandoned kitchens and are accessible double walk-in freezers. At all times relevant, defendant owe their business, invitees, guests, and plaintiffs, decedent Kenneka Jenkins in particular, a duty to exercise reasonable care to ensure that the services undertaken by security services and food services providers were done in a manner so as to not inflict injury upon others. At all times relevant, Crown Plaza defendant owed a duty to the general public, its businesses, invitees, guests, and plaintiffs, decedent Kenneka Jenkins in particular, to properly supervise, train, and hire its personnel who were working at the Crown Plaza Defendants Hotel. At all times relevant hereto, Crown Plaza defendants owed a duty to their businesses, invitees, guests, and plaintiffs, decedent Kenneka Jenkins in particular, to maintain policies and or procedures so as to prevent injury upon when undertaking a duty to act. And then it goes on, and 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 it goes on, to finally we get down to 27. Finally, we get down to 27, peoples. And we only just read up until number 8. And so that's why I'm going to stop right there, peoples. I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to sit back and eat. And then I'm going to come back with part 2 to this, peoples. I'm going to come back with part 2 to this. And so, peoples, as you can see, now you have a greater understanding why the Crown Plaza Hotel is liable for the death of Kenneka Jenkins. And as you can see, people, all of the stuff that many of you had believed didn't happen in the manner to which you thought that it did. Because the case file, which is the court document, which is the actual document that was filed in court and the magistrate had seen and signed off on it, had told you that Kenneka, or this fake girl who played Kenneka, was seen on all surveillance video footage. All. Not some, not a little bit, but all. And that is so significant, peoples. And so this narrative and all of these little video madness that they put out, it doesn't even come close to what the case files, the court filing had said. And there you have it right there, peoples, because Edward Joseph didn't say it. The courts did. And the courts had validated everything that I've been telling you for all of these years, peoples. Now, you take that and you run with it. because the court had said she was on camera at all times, not some, but all. And I have some of the video footage to prove it, peoples. And there you have it. Now, who's going to debunk Edward Joseph? You can't. You absolutely can't. Now, peoples, I'll be back. I'll be back if the Lord says the same. I'll be back today. I'm going to do part 2 to Kenneka Jenkins. It is time for them to tell the truth. I'm already at the 7 o'clock hour. I have to get me something to eat, people. So me and my son, we're getting ready to sit down here and we're getting ready to have a fabulous meal. So I already spent 7 hours with you peoples. You ain't got to go to work tomorrow. So I'll be back. I'll be back. And we're going to get into this and we're going to read more of what the court had said in this case, peoples. We're going to see what the courts had to say. And maybe, just maybe, peoples, I may just show a little snippet of some of the video that I have, you know, what they never showed you in the case files and on the Rosemont Public Safety website. But you have to stay tuned. You have to come back. And you have to come back to see what I'm going to show. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, if the Lord says the same, I will be back. But right now, me and my son has to break bread together. It's my time to spend with him now, as I spent 7 hours with you. Is that all right, peoples? I'll be back. I'll be back with part 2 to this. So until then, peoples, you guys be blessed and get your rest. And I will see you soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.